All right, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Okay, we are in a very critical class, and I want all of you to pay serious attention to the man I want to bring up here right now. By extension, he doesn't really have any business here, but by extension, he also has some business here because he's from the health sector. We remember a few weeks ago, we lost one of our own, Junior Pope, and other crew members. They were involved in a boat mishap, and the guy did not survive it. Now, I ask myself, if I was to be by the bank of the river and they bring out Junior Pope from the water, what could I have done differently? The answer is I could not have done anything. And that's because I don't know. And I'm sure a lot of us here do not know what to do when there's an accident. When somebody is drowning and you bring out the person, what's the first thing? Or you went to an accident scene now, or you're on location filming, somebody faints. What will you do? So we decided to add this as a course where we should talk about simple safety measures and CPR skills that filmmakers should know, so that when you're on set filming and there's an issue, you can quickly fix it before the medical personnel comes. So I had to invite my friend and brother. He has so much money, but unfortunately he has not blessed me with money yet, and he paid me. But it's very nice though. Or anytime I want to film hospital scene, one call away, he will say, come out, they have a hospital, give me hospital wherever they film. So he's a friend of theirs. Please put your hands together for Dr. Obioma, please. And for 30 minutes, he's going to just take us through some simple things that we need to know when we are having grab issues. And after that, we'll just all of us money.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just half of what he said is not true. All right, so my name is Dr. Obioma, but that part is true. And Obioma. Okay, so I'm here to.
Doctor, sorry, if you just fit regulate this side small because we have online audience.
All right, so actually, this is my first time we have come. So many years ago, should be up to 5 years ago. He came to me and was telling me that he felt that there was a need to have such sections within your program so that there could be some form of health enlightenment, and build consciousness within your community. And it was a good idea, but I don't know what happened then. So when he reached out to me this time and told me that he wanted something specific, he wanted a discussion on first aid, more or less medical emergency, options in filmmaking business. I said, okay, fine. I'll make time and come and speak. All right. So the primary thing, whenever you're thinking of medical first, and that term is first aid. So what's first aid? Because first aid is what everybody should know. It's what everyone should be able to apply. Because that first aid may be the difference between someone living and someone dying. Just that. All right. And so what is first aid? I'm going to make it very interactive, okay? Because that's the only way to make sense and you'll be able to take something tangible with you. All right, so please, if I ask a question and you have the answer, please just raise your hand, okay? So what is first aid? Can someone help me out? What is first aid? What do you understand is first aid? Okay, so anyone? Sir, at the extreme.
admitted or admitted to someone.
Okay, fine. Then, sir, what doing this?
Ahmed Yusuf.
Ahmed Yusuf. Okay, well done. Ahmed has done good, but I'm going to just edit it a little bit. It says first aid is the first treatment you give to someone that got injured. These are going to be very specific. Basic medical care you give to someone that has experienced either a sudden injury or sudden illness. Keyword basic. So that means this person has not been having this thing. It's something that just came out of nowhere. So it's sudden. So what you apply when such a thing happens. So basic medical care that you give to someone that has experienced a sudden injury or sudden illness. Now, in your community, in your business, what are those things you consider as sudden injuries? If you have an idea, I'm expecting very quick.
Snake bite.
Okay, so
Okay, snake bite. Okay, one.
asthma attack.
Beautiful, very good. That's one attack. That's one thing I want to address. You want to say something? Electric shock. Beautiful. A form, good.
Choking
No.
on welfare.
Choking on welfare.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Bleeding through the nose.
Bleeding through the nose. Okay. Drowning. Have we forgotten drowning?
You don't want to go there immediately.
You want to leave for last. Or what about stroke? Yes. What about burns? Fire. All these make up sudden injuries, or there are sudden events that can result into sudden injuries. And each of these sudden events is attended to differently. So I'm going to ask, sir, you said asthma. So what do you think should be first aid for an asthmatic patient going into a crisis?
For me, I just believe finding an inhaler
Beautiful.
for that person.
Beautiful. All right, beautiful. Because if you are considering being equipped, all right, if you are considering being adequately equipped to handle basic medical care, you're going to need to have basic medical kits. And that means you must have a first aid box that will have an inhaler. Okay? All right, and inhaler is beautiful. All right, someone mentioned shock. Okay, I'll put it shock. Yes. So what electric shock? What do you think?
I don't know what to use, but I feel trying to get the person not to clench his or her teeth with a gauze is first safety measure.
Okay. In electric shock, one thing you should know that electric shock is a form of dry burn.
Dry
burn. You have wet burn, you have dry burn. All right, so it's a form of dry burn. So you should know that the first aid of electric shock is very similar to the first aid for burns. Okay, and the first thing you must consider, if the person can talk, the first thing you should consider doing in electric shock is a form of rehydration. If the person is out, then CPR comes into play. We'll attend to that at the end. Okay? So electric shock is actually critical. When you feel that someone has been shocked, the first thing you do is you ensure that you move the person out of danger. That's the first thing. So wherever the source of the electric current has come from must be, first of all, dealt with eradicated to ensure that the person is out of danger. And once you have confirmed that this person is out of danger, then you now look at the person from head to toe, watch the person, look out for anything. Is there probably maybe in the course of the electric shock, probably he was struggling and he ended up tying something around his neck, which will not be another cause of issue, or is there something that he stuffed over on his nose? These are things you should look out for. When you see things like that, you eradicate them. And once you eradicated them, then you now get close to this person and find out if this person is actually breathing. And how do you do that? You get close to the person's head. The person is lying on the back. Okay? You get close to the person's head. You tilt the jaw upwards and you bring the ear close to the nose. And as you bring the ear close to the nose, you watch his chest. It's the same procedure in anywhere you're going to apply CPR. It's the same thing. You raise the jaw upwards, put your ear close to the nose. If he's breathing, you're going to hear it. And if you watch his chest and his chest is ascending and descending, means he's breathing. So that's a good sign. If he is not breathing, you apply CPR and get an emergency number and call him. Now, on a snake bite, poison, that is same thing. When you said snake bite, what's recorded in my head was poison.
Poison, okay, yeah.
Right, so
Come with your questions, sir.
first aid, what do you think?
Okay, now to chew onions. First of all, I'll carry rope and tie the upper part of the where the snake bite the person. Then I don't carry onions, chew them. Not like paste out of them. Then the bitter cola there, I go sprinkle am.
One house!
Sorry, sir. Sir, please now, wait now. Bear with us. He was a native doctor.
So if, in the real sense of it, if you are at a location and you suspect that a member of the crew has been bitten by a snake, the first thing you need to do is to try and find the snake, because the nature, the color, the appearance of that snake is key. But that will tell you if it's a poisonous snake or not. And that will help. And that will help in managing that person. Now, in a situation where you do not see the snake, what he said, using a tourniquet above the area of the snake bite. A tourniquet is something that you use to catch. So you can improvise. You can use anything. You can use a belt. You can use anything. You can use a tie. You can use anything. You tie it at that point. And once you have done that, you now need to do something very important, and that is what you need to reassure the person. For someone that feels they've been bitten by a snake, feels, man, I'm gone. You understand? And a lot of times, the mindset of the person is very, very important. If you're able to reassure the person and give the person some confidence that this is not going to be an issue, the person will be willing to fight it. So if the hospital happens to be 15 minutes away, the person will be looking forward to that 15 minutes and not be thinking, 2 minutes have gone, 2 minutes have gone. So that means by the time you're getting to the hospital, it's gone, because inside is already gone. So identify the snake, getting to see the snake is very important. But another good thing is that these days we have multi-venom, anti-venom vials now available. And that's another thing that has to be in the first aid box if you're going to a remote location where there's possibility of encountering snakes. Okay? Now, there's another thing I want to address, which is if you happen to be in a location and a crew member is stung by a scorpion, some have an idea. Some have an idea of what to do. Stung by a scorpion.
I was a citizen,
Okay.
so that gives you an experience of what I did.
Okay.
When I was a little bit younger, about 10 years,
Okay.
I went to the farm with my grandmother. So because of trying to get firewood, I was removing the back of the firewood and you had a sting on my hand. So I shouted and I screamed. So what I did was, because it's a tender evening, I ran all the way from the hilltop down home to my grandma. So what she felt it was that spot, which is my hand, you use blade to cut it. When you use blade to cut it, thank God there is a neighbor in the village who knows the procedure to. So there's something like a black stone in the hair. So they use it after tying my hand. This is okay. It happened here, but my hand was tied here. So, and I was asked to descend the hand this way. So the woman now did something black and put where my grandmother used to cut it. And gradually, I just discovered that instead of the thing extending, that black thing they rubbed was just drawing the poison out of my hand. And eventually, from morning to evening, they put in also inside the nice house.
Okay. So let's hear you.
I don't know if this is another method, right? So it makes something like that happen. And the scorpion was got killed, burnt, grinded, put in red oil, and put on the child's hand.
Okay,
That was to be.
What the first thing I did was I shouted. The pain didn't come immediately. So when I put on the light, I now saw a big black scorpion. First thing I did was to kill. Immediately I killed that scorpion, I started feeling the pain. All of a sudden I fell. So my wife had to go and knock at the neighbor's door. Luckily for us, she has this black stone. So they cut my leg here and put that black stone magneted. Suck out. This was live. I saw the blood, the black blood coming out, and it came.
Yes, I think the basic step to take in the absence of all these stones and whatever, the first thing the helper will do is to tie the area. Yes. Secondly, is to sock with or without a cut.
Anyone else?
Sock out the poison.
Someone has socked out. Yes.
Yes.
You got it. Someone has socked out. How do you sock it?
Sorry. Okay. So this happened to me in Lagos.
Okay, what else?
Okay, this happened to me in Lagos. I was in year one. I went to holidays to my brother's place in Barracks, and I got stung by scorpion at about 1 a.m. So we called the neighbor. He came, tied rope, used razor to cut the place, then used his mouth to suck out the black blood. Then he killed the scorpion, then rub it at that particular place. Then use leather to tie it so that it doesn't evaporate out. That's what he said. And I didn't go to hospital up to today. I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Same thing, or you have something different? You have something different?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it.
I think I have a different opinion to all those squatters. For those ones that are women who are fragile, someone has already been being by scorpion. It takes a lot of putting yourself together to be able to cut or use the razor blade or whatever you're using to cut. Is this sterilized? For me, if it's in the local setting or at home, onions is an anti-inflammatory. So for me, I would rather suggest the first thing you should do, cut the onions, apply on the surface, and seek medical attention.
He was asking a very intelligent or stupid question.
Okay.
Yes. He says that it should be onion.
We should also know the name of this stone, just in case. Because we tend to want to have a lot of creative doctor things inside investigate books.
All right. First and foremost.
Okay, let's hear it.
So first and foremost, whatever black stone described is not medical.
Understandable.
scorpion sting. Okay? Now, one thing we should know, just know this, we do not have scorpions that have deadly toxins in this part of the world. We don't. We don't have scorpions that have deadly toxins, that produce deadly toxins in this part of the world. Now, the worst that can happen when you're stung by a scorpion is you feel the pain, and that the presence of the toxin that the scorpion has released in your body can cause what we call an anaphylactic reaction, like it's a serious and allergic reaction, where you can start having swellings on the body, maybe on the mouth and all that. That's the worst that can happen. So basic medical care for scorpion sting, just two things. Give the person a powerful analgesic, preferably injectable, and then you give the person a steroid. That's it. The analgesic will take care of the pain, the steroid will prevent the reaction, the person is fine. So in the first aid box, what you need is an injectable analgesic, maybe like diclofenac or petidine, you have it there, and then you have hydrocortisone as the steroid. So once a person is stung, is confirmed is stung by a scorpion, you don't need to bother yourself about the scorpion. You can kill it so you don't sting another person. You can kill it so you don't sting another person. But just know that once this person has received these 2 shots, it's okay, let him go and relax. Gradually the pain will go down and you'll be fine. But this is the basic care that you need. And this is actually the treatment. What I'm doing is actually the treatment. It's not just first aid. It's actually the treatment. Once you've done this for the person, allow the person to go and lie down and the person.
It's even for the deadly
You
ones.
ask-
Even for the deadly ones out there.
No. The deadly ones is a different matter. Because
Those ones is scorpion kill.
you need something counter with deadly toxins.
Is there a need to tie tourniquets?
There's no need for that.
2 questions, I'm sorry. I've seen a situation where somebody was bitten by that same scorpion and the pain subsided after 24 hours.
Yes, it's possible. It's possible.
Then again,
If the person used a very good analgesic, it won't get up to that. But if the person, the person might be strong and the person do not have very good analgesic. So give what you have. Analgesic, which is not expensive, cheap. Good analgesic injection and give the person. Within 4 or 5 hours, the pain should have subsided.
So, sorry, I know it's not medical, but have you come across that blast?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
He said medical doctor, not medical
No,
doctor.
Okay. Okay.
Because it's one thing to have an injection, I think to administer is another thing.
Okay.
So in a situation where you don't have somebody who is good at or trained to give injection, what do you do?
Okay, now the good part of it is that you also have some oral medications. The response will take longer, but you still have some oral medications that you can give that can serve as good analgesics and that can also serve as steroids. So you have prednisolone, which is oral tablets. You can give for that one person is going to take it to probably hours. Right, there's a really good. Let the person take analgesic. It's very important. Sucking does not do anything. Does not work. That's the truth. That sucking thing is we even preach against it. It's going to cause.
They don't suck the poison.
But just so you don't actually do that, especially in snake bites, please. Snake bite, please don't cut and suck. I just end up exposing yourself. The person that's going to suck might not end up exposing yourself. And that's
Yeah. I want to add that the medical solution that you have provided is accurately correct. But I want to also understand that in those days where we didn't have this advancement, our parents have survived using
the beauty about life is change. We should always embrace it. You're not going to say because our parents were surviving, but then if it's that in that case, we should talk the laptop now and the phones and all these other things. So we need to embrace change because that's what makes us civilized people. You understand? So when you have civilized options, things that are not going to imagine you're shooting a film and there's a foreign crew from Hollywood there, and now there is scorpion stick and a people cutting and sucking. Apply onions, bringing black stone, like getting some food.
Why we adopt the foreign or the advanced, you know that those white crew you say may even be interested.
They want to do a job.
I think the scorpion of those days are now ancestors. They are different from the ones of today.
What I can show you, that you have a foreign crew member. You're a foreigner in your crew. There's no point. There's no point. You have these options. Go by these options. Okay. You're going to have a first aid box. The first aid box ought to have both injectable and analgesic. The injectable steroid and the oral. So if you don't have someone that is trained that can give you, it's very easy to learn all those things. Very, very easy. Just to bring out time. You can always, every production crew can just train someone that you know is always there. Just train the person. It's quite easy. Train the person know the basics and will be able to perform such, you know, if it should arise. You understand? You can just have someone that is handy, that is willing, you know, and just train the person. It doesn't take much. Train the person, and the person will be able to administer such. You know, if it, of course, but if it doesn't, the difference between the oral and injectable is that
One also say that every production that has a capacity should have a medic as part of the crew.
Exactly. That should be standard. That should be standard. Okay. All right. Now we've talked about injuries. Let's go to sudden illnesses. Sudden illnesses. Stroke is sudden.
Epilepsy.
Seizure. Yeah, that's epilepsy. Okay. That's same thing. Seizure. Okay. What other ones? Sudden illnesses.
Okay, food poisoning. I had food poisoning said before.
Yes. Cardiac arrest. Just pray that someone knows.
Cardiac arrest.
Just pray because if the person has cardiac arrest on us.
So what can we do to cardiac arrest?
Just pray.
On a more serious note, I'll tell you, sir, part of for practitioners to be truthful if they have health conditions.
Very correct.
Because see, I had an incident, not me, a well-respected colleague that everybody knows. He has low blood pressure. And I know too well that with Sprite and bread, you're fine.
Are you serious?
Yes.
When you go buy one bread and
So now he knows he has this thing.
Well, you didn't say it.
He come back from production in the night, he goes into his room, and the next morning, Franco, I nearly died. I said, what happened? Do you know that I had an attack? You know, this is my low blood pressure. And I did not have bread or anything, or no
Chocolate.
I don't, he said low blood pressure.
Low blood pressure.
Sorry.
Low sugar.
He said, and you know, naturally sometimes all he needs is just bread and spice. He kept saying bread and spice.
So where is it?
Then the thing happens, so he struggled to his late. They just brought up rice. Just rice. The man said, but they don't give me meat, I can give meat. Give me rice. And that's how we survived the next day. Now, we said it. I'm gonna say, guy, but how much is bread? And
That you can't keep in your bag.
Ice cream.
he said, no, I forgot. You know, I forgot. Because I'm saying this, hello, I'm saying this because it's a director. He talked about director, you know, he said, you know, this is one of the most important things. I mentioned here in my class, okay, emotional intelligence. And emotional intelligence is for you as a director to go out of your way to be quite inquisitive to know
people's
the health
history.
condition of people on your set.
Health history.
So the next day, as well as said, I called the production manager. Don't let this man know. Every day we finish production, buy bread and Sprite, just give it to him. He will understand. So you know that was what the production manager was doing. Okay. Please, I get package for you. The man opens it, says, you get the point. It's a life saving. Because if we don't watch out for each other, you could see somebody who is hiding a particular problem. Then for you to direct us, okay, producer uncle come, what is the situation? Because our sense of pride has killed a whole lot of us.
Yes.
You have an issue, you don't want. So we also need to look at that as part of the first aid tool. We are in the AGN bylaw committee, and those are some of the things we have must be aided by a nurse or somebody who understands that. And we want to make sure this is established.
Let me add again.
As you go to class,
So let me add, it is that there is nobody that will bring me to his a nurse. I will not go. So in all my production, you see medical personnel. No matter how small, at least have a box for it is from small production to big. When we scaled up from our kind of small that we had, maybe because of the size of the crew, we were working with like almost 800 people at the airport for almost 30 days. So we negotiated with the airport and ambulances too standing by. So we had the nurses, we had the doctors, and every morning they must do blood check and all that. So we treat the actors in health conditions. Those who had extreme health conditions, trust me, we send them home before they that a girl entered into the aircraft and started. What we did was the ambulance first rushed her. Like they say, it's Algerian. Algerian is like. So how do you explain to Like once
Yeah, so thank God you said this. Thank God you said in Enugu, in the night. No, I start. That I don't know where you play. University of Port Harcourt. We have seen girls go leave their clothes, take off 10 minutes. That's it.
Don't work here very difficult because no matter what he says, we tend to bring native doctor things. Anyway, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm trying for us to actually look for a medical solution to solve. Yes, when it gets to that particular point, it's a medical situation.
No,
I didn't lie. You see, what we did was we refused the voices that were shouting she had adrenaline. We rushed her to the clinic and had her on oxygen. We spent 72,000 for just that exercise. You understand? So we refuse to go orthodox because if she dies, she died on our set. So later we started joking, say, so Ajanu they understand oxygen. You see, because she was okay.
There are two aspects that both of you have just talked about. Now, let me just say one or two things very briefly about that. Now, the production you're talking about.
Sorry, we don't know your name, please. Oh, introduce yourself.
I am a Queen and Jama. Sorry.
I was to be lying.
I
didn't even recognize it.
Now, you mentioned about having about 800 casts on set.
Yes.
I think we need to learn a small budget. We have most filmmakers big budget movies.
True.
But
When I was
over JB's death, and I realized Annan River. But these people expect you to come to them. For them
to rescue.
To go there and ensure that any boat going leaving without a jacket, with the number of people on that boat should not go. They should be punished. But now what they are saying, did you come to us? This is taxpayers' money you're talking about. Do I have to come to you to regulate what is on the shores of that for safety? Now, Francis also mentioned something about bread and Sprite. First, I don't know if the bread and Sprite should be in the first aid box or the welfare. So we need to understand where our problems are, and there was something else you said that I'm trying to I think I can't remember.
The Brobad.
No, not the Brobad. That's strictly native doctors.
Not me. That's what they did.
That's what they did.
And without much ado, she came back to herself. So the question now is, her coming back to herself, is it a medical condition that actually spiritual that resolve itself? You know, as a medical doctor, there's something, it's not like a headache or something that will come and without you taking anything. It can resolve.
We also say that Abuja is it the oxygen that
No, see, it was because of that question. So understand that Sometimes all these things don't work. It's a medical situation.
It's a medical situation.
The native doctor that treated told them to take it to the hospital for oxygen.
But can I ask you
beyond medical?
See, the truth about let us look at this Pop situation somehow. First and foremost, let's tell ourselves the truth. I started my career on water. I've done so many things. I don't know how to swim. I've danced on a boat, a canoe, not even boat, thrown the net, caught the fish, right? But when you're traveling all these littoral areas, the first thing for anybody who is traveling is to go ask yourself, where do I get life jacket? Because the first safety is the one you're being apprehensive of the fact that this is a danger zone. Right? Be conscious. Because the guy said something. He said, okay, let me take it this way. The director wore a jacket. The DOP wore a jacket.
Directors are smart people.
No, wait, you're well. Now the question now is, let us look at it and think to ourselves. Beyond the sentiment and the emotional commitment. So why did he not? The guy said they are asking to pay for jacket. He said he don't get money. It is not his responsibility. Let me tell you why that thing was said. Those life jackets are always very dirty.
Yeah.
Get the point? They are always very dirty. Yeah. But it's a trap.
Yes.
For you to say, I dump my ego, let me wear what is going to save me, knowing sure that I must be allowed to shoot the next move. You get the point? Yeah. Because there's a tendency we always do that. That's the biggest part of when you tell somebody take your drugs, when you tell somebody so for us, anybody who is going to fail.
I remember what I was going to say that Francis was saying. You made mention of I don't know if you see or that made mention of if you are ill, you should let the producers know.
Yes.
Okay, now there's a stigma.
We do that.
There's a stigma to that. Okay, I'm going to use Bosman Chadwick's case. Now he's of course you know is late now. The Black Panther. He was bringing his own medic on set. Nobody knew he was ill. So he had a lot of scripts he achieved before he died. Now, trust me, especially in Nigeria, if an actor tells one producer that he has health conditions,
absolutely.
So I think our health scheme and our what's it called?
Sorry, is it also good for us before filming the place that we're not used to? Is it also good for us to ask questions, things that have been done on that, premises?
So what you first do briefing, you do medical briefing, you do security briefing. Isn't that how it should be?
Okay, sir. Can I answer that question? Because, doctor, what we're trying to do, we are feeding you with some instances that you also know the peculiarities of the kind of danger. Now, sir, you remember what I said here. You see, the level of mediocrity in the industry now is super. And it's not only because the budget is small. There's something you said there, even in our small budget. What you culture and start well continues with it. So all you need to do as you're growing, you scale up. You get the point? Now, we film so many places. I'm a swimmer from Bonnie. Was one who played, his song was like rock the boat. Remember, rock the boat way to capsize. Then he swims to the shore. In the morning, he came in. He was the one who, for Sam Davis production, I remember from school, to check the place he was going to put that stunt. He was the one who chose the place of the stunt. But when the time came for the issue, he pulled the stones, went down. We had 8 divers standing by. As he went down, the divers went immediately just in case, you know. And the divers, they don't swim this way. They swim 360 degrees. Hefty guys. So when they went down, they came up believing no danger. Only to find out that the guy didn't come up. That is, this is I'm telling you, my roommate, Metuen Pepple, 1992, that this thing happened. They went down. Some people said, Metuen, where are you? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10, 15, 20, 1 hour. With the outdoor boat that are coming up, without Metuen. We crossed back to hotel without Metuen. My roommate, all of us Victor, so we were all in my room and all that, so we were singing. I just said, come on, what if Metuen just comes back and I say, why did we leave him? You get the point? And that was how he went. After that period, 3 days, the fishermen found his body. Oh, hello. After that, we called the family. The family said, okay, that instead of bringing him home, we should bury him anywhere else. So we went to Onitsha Cemetery to bury. Now, the point I'm making here, because all those so many talks, you know, one guy said, there is no way Junior Pope will be in that river for 4 hours and still be alive.
Of course.
So you see, there was so much distortion in the information. You are a medical doctor in a river for 4 hours? No. You're not even a swimmer. You get the point? So all those things that we're talking about going to the river, I just needed for us to like paint all these pictures because his own was purely a spiritual thing.
Okay.
Sorry, again, I go back to filmmakers and directors. I think it's high time we start including risk analysis. When you're putting your scripts together, it's important there's there's that place for a risk analyst. Because there are things you would see that the risk analyst might not see. Just like the scenario we just painted to us now. He had done this as points several. And nobody that the main things insurance packages on every set.
True.
It is important. So that will bring me to another angle. Don't just have health insurance packages. I would like to suggest that you see the need to collaborate more with HMOs. On that set, let's assume that there was a partnership with an HMO. They would have known, or they would have said they need to have 2 medical teams on that, the Junior Pope's incident. Meaning that there would be a medical team on one end and another medical team on the other end. That is not to say there are spiritual issues, but I think basically we should normalize partnerships with HMOs, not just hospitals. Because most HMOs have hospitals in every state and every locality.
Okay, that's a good one. Because the HMO would not even allow Junior Pope enter that game without that. They won't allow that.
If a risk analyst has read that script,
that puts them at risk. They'll lose money.
a risk analyst
So they will
that
not
taking that into consideration, that everybody on that a life jacket on. So either they and is into what we do. Short film, short skits, long movie, it is important. The HMOs will send their teams there at almost no cost.
Nancy, no collecting time. She's going to talk to us about insurance and entertainment later. So just calm down, make doctor finish. What they tell me, she don't talk time. Insurance, part of what we're going to do, insurance and entertainment.
All right, so quickly, let me just, from what we've all said, let me just pick one or two things from there and then speak on them. The first one. Now, if you have a particular health challenge, let me take for example, if he's diabetic, and now diabetics have challenges. Okay, they have challenges. A diabetic could be stable normally at home, at work, regular day stuff. But if you take a diabetic to, for example, to a remote area where the things he's used to are not available, he now has a challenge. You have a challenge with diet, you have a challenge with timing, because now if you put him in a remote area, he's used to taking his medication maybe by 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the evening. And now probably he has to be out early, he's out 7, he forgot his medication and he's running 6, he hasn't taken his morning medication, and definitely his blood sugar is going to go up. All right, so now it's important that you must have what we call oral hypoglycemics in your first aid box. These are medications that help to bring down blood sugar. They are the ones that we call the emergency oral hypoglycemics. Those ones, you put them under the tongue, it's absorbed by the tongue, and it brings the blood pressure down very quickly. Now, that's something else that you must have. Now there are some situations where a diabetic might make a mistake. He might say, okay, I don't know when I'm going to come back. We're going to so place to shoot. So let me just pack all my medications. And he takes his medications, and maybe maybe being in a hurry or something, he might end up taking double the required dose. And if that kind of thing happens, what will happen? His blood sugar is going to crash. And a scenario like what Francis said can go, the blood sugar will go down. And when the blood sugar goes down, it becomes a crisis. It becomes a crisis. But now, when the blood sugar goes down, it's not really, once you notice the signs, it's not really because all you need, you give the person Coke to drink, give the person whatever fizzy drink you give to the person, it's fine. Give the person glucose, because normally we put glucose inside the person box. Give the person glucose to take, give the person sweets, give the person chocolate, any of these things. Any of these things will boost the blood sugar, and to do that immediately. So when there's a situation of low blood sugar, these things are meant to be handy. So if you have someone on set that is using insulin, then he has a higher chance of having this crisis. There's a higher chance than the person taking oral medication. So that's why usually people that have insulin, we always encourage them to have maybe a small bottle of Coke or some chocolate or some, something that would help to shoot the blood sugar up in their bedroom, so that if they have this kind of crisis that Francis described, because most times they have this crisis in the middle of the night. Most times. That's because the duration from night to morning is very long. All right, so sometimes that is the easiest time to have such crisis. So when they have such crisis, they will know exactly what to do. Now, on the other hand, there are some people that actually have the issue of low blood pressure. There are those that have the issue of low blood pressure. Now, there are things that we normally recommend for such people that will help to manage them. People that have low blood pressure, usually they will have, recurrent episodes of dizziness, lightheadedness, finding it hard to focus and concentrate because their head is feeling very light because the blood pressure is low. And in such situations, coffee is perfect. Anything that contains caffeine, cola nut, Coke contains caffeine. Cola nut, Coke, Chocolate contains caffeine as well. So in such a situation, you can give the person, if coffee is actually the best, you can make coffee and give to the person. And if the person takes coffee, the blood sugar the blood pressure would go up a little bit and the person will be a little bit more stable. There used to be, I don't know, there used to be this drink, team soda. No, the Coca-Cola doesn't contain, it's cola nut that contains caffeine. Because it's caffeine that is, there used to be this drink, tea soda or tea tonic. That contains sodium and chloride is inside. I'm not sure which one.
Team soda.
It's team soda. It should be team soda. So it contains sodium and chloride. And that sodium and chloride, the person drinks it to help to take the person's blood pressure up. So now, what other seizure now? Now, in the matter of seizure is usually an event that starts spontaneously and most times, if not all the time, resolves spontaneously. The only thing that you need to be concerned about is preventing the person from harming themselves during the episode. Because sometimes if the person is seizing, the person will fall. The person can easily fall with the head, and that will not be an issue of a head trauma, which will not be another major complication. So the primary thing is to ensure the person's safety while the seizure is in progress. All the time, the seizure will run its course and will cease. But the critical thing is what happens during that period. Now, in such a situation, if you have a crew member or an actor who suddenly starts to manifest compulsion, the first thing you do is to clear the environment. Remove all sharp objects, no matter even if it's a pen, if it's keys, a small knife, whatever it is, any sharp object in the environment, just clear them. Just create a space for the person. And then what we recommend is if the person is, most times when they are having this seizure, they could be having discharges from the mouth and all that, you lift the person gently, gently support the person's head with your arm and carefully just cajole a little bit, just cajole. Make the person as comfortable as possible so that the seizure period would elapse. Now, with the situation where you notice that the person is gritting his or her teeth and there is a threat, there's possibility that the person might bite her tongue, that is only when you find a way of intervening by putting something in the person's mouth to prevent that from happening. So it's only when the person is gritting the teeth. It's not in every seizure that you have the person grit their teeth. But when you notice that the person is gritting their teeth, that the teeth is clenching, then you now find a way of trying to do that. Or you hold the person's head backwards, the tongue will fall backwards, and the person will not have that kind of issue. So the primary thing is to ensure that the person is safe. Okay, so now comes to that what happened in the set that Francis talked about the lady that just went off. Now, in that kind of situation, what I would recommend is for as many people as possible to go around her and prevent her from harming herself, running into a car, or running into the bush, or running into any place that's going to harm her. Now, if they are able to keep her within that remote spot over a period of time, that will pass.
The Holy Spirit will be.
That will pass. That will pass. And if it is noted that such a thing happens to such a person, then because there must be a trigger in that environment that causes the person to have that episode. So if that is noted, then such a person should not be taken to such location. Okay, so probably, though, just like said, most someone that has that kind of history will not want to share. So these are the kind of things that pop up on your set, and you just have to find a way around it.
What about fractures?
Okay, fractures. Now, one thing you should understand. Okay, let me just give you this basic knowledge. The way God created our bodies, everything that we require for healing is here. Everything we require is here. The only thing we do is we provide a conducive environment for that healing to take place. Whether it's bone healing, whether it's is it skin tissue, whether it's soft tissue, whether it's deep tissue, whatever it is, the healing takes place on its own. What we do is provide a conducive environment. Now, for someone that is confirmed that person has had a fracture, what you need to do is to limit to the barest minimum, limit the movement of whatever part. If it's the upper limb, if it's the arm, if it's the lower limb, limit it. Don't even say, okay, just try and manage, not try and manage. Because trying to manage will put pressure on the fracture site and cause displacement. And once there is displacement, you have now created a more serious condition than what was there originally. What we basically do in fractures is we reduce the displacement. Once you reduce the displacement and the bones are in contact, it heals. That's it. We don't do any other thing. All these orthopedics, you think they do magic. There's no magic they do. They just ensure that both fractured surfaces are opposed. That's it. And they reduce displacement. That's all they do. And once you do that, so if you now put any pressure on a fractured side, you are increasing displacement. And when you increase displacement, now the chances of the person coming up with a deformity is now higher. So at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, if they're human beings, they're not robots. To get that reduction to the point where the bone has the same original formation will be very difficult. So sometimes when they just bring it close, they leave it at that. So at the end of the day, the person now comes out with a deformity. So and that deformity wasn't caused by the accident, that deformity was caused by you that came to, in quotes, help, but you've now made a simple matter complex. So in the case of a fracture, you limit any form of pressure on the affected area. And there's ways of doing that. You can improvise. You can get, for example, if it's the leg, you can get sticks, draw sticks, put them attached, or even this 2x2 if they are available, put them attached on both sides, or even carton. Carton is still flexible, so it's not going to give you a good job. But sticks, you can put that and tie them up, and then help lift. When you're going to lift, you lift as a whole. You don't tell one person, okay, hold this end, so that person hold this end. You do that, you just displace them. So you avoid displacement as much as possible. So if the person is fractured, you carry the person as if you're carrying an entire log of wood at once. So the best way to do that is, if for example there are 3 people that want to carry one person, the person is on the floor, the person has a fractured leg, for example. Someone will support the person at the hips, okay? Now, someone will support the fractured side, not the other end. Because if you go to the other end, you're increasing displacement. You support the fractured side, so you now prevent displacement. And with that, you carry the person as one log and move the person on for treatment. So understand that whatever it is, if it's a bruise, you're not doing any magic. All you just need to do is prevent what? So you must have an antiseptic in the first thing. Good. Now, if you don't have any other thing, if you have a bandage, and if it's extensive and you have a bandage, you can now apply a bandage. That is fine. But if you don't have a bandage, you can apply the antiseptic and allow it to dry up, and the person now moves around with it. That can also work. Let me, I just have about 3 minutes left, so let me just quickly.
Asthma
I
and
still-
ulcer.
Also,
Only on set.
also on set.
Ulcer and asthma.
Also on
These
asthma.
two.
Okay, he has touched asthma. Let me just, okay now. What happens in asthma is that the patient, the person, exposed himself to something. You might not know what it is, but there's something, it might not be tiny pulling grains, it might just be dust particles. But there's something that person inhaled that went into his airway. Now, the person has sensitive airway. Now, those things have entered the airway, and the airway is now triggered. There's something inside, let's push it out, let's push it out. And it begins to trigger, and it's doing that, it gathers fluid from inside the tissues. And when it gathers those fluid, it's doing that in a quest to close the airway, so that that thing that it has sensed, that thing that sensitized it cannot go inside. But by doing that, it's now blocking in the flow of air, so the person begins to choke. So usually when you have such a patient, the first thing you do, you confirm, are you asthmatic? The person is beginning to choke. Are you asthmatic? Are you asthmatic? The next question is, where is your inhaler? Where is your inhaler? If the person is still wasting time or cannot speak, you reach out to the first aid box and get an inhaler. Now, this is where a nurse comes into play. Once the inhaler is administered, the nurse needs to follow up with what? A steroid. Follow up with the steroid. Immediately she gives the steroid with the inhaler, you can combat any form of attack in any location. Because with that, with the combination of the inhaler and the steroid, it will limit. You might still be feeling down and all that, but limits the crisis and limits the damage. And you can now move the person to the hospital. So that combination is what you actually need to combat that kind of situation. The inhaler and the steroid. Injectable, not oral this time. The person can put anything in the mouth. So it's injectable. Injectable steroid and that, and you can now control and move the person to the hospital. Okay, so.
You see some great notes in most of the time. You talk about steroid. You see the kind of steroid that they're just in two categories.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, let me address that. There are different types of steroids. Okay. But there are steroids that we use medically that have therapeutic uses. Okay. So one of the commonest steroids that we use that has therapeutic uses is hydrocortisone, the most common. And that's the one we use in asthma. And that's the one that must be in your first aid box. Must. Because if the person is having an allergy reaction, it's the same hydrocortisone that you're going to use. And it will save you a lot of wahala. Okay, the lady at the back. I spoke about high blood pressure. I didn't say high. Okay. Okay, now, when it comes to high blood pressure, anyone that is hypertensive already has his regular antihypertensive drugs. And if it's under control, and most of the time they're under control, but some things can trigger such an episode where the blood pressure goes up, where the blood pressure goes up. Things like stress. The person probably is under some form of emotional stress. For example, if the person maybe is having some family issues won't be a problem. Family issues. You must try to manage family issues as much as possible, because family issues is a major cause of hypertension. I can assure you that if you check the blood pressure of all the gentlemen in this room, you'll be amazed. You'll be amazed. And most of it is because of family issues, when you carry family issues on your head. That family issues is a source of emotional stress, and emotional stress is a big trigger for high blood pressure. So when there is that kind of situation and the person suddenly has a spike in his blood pressure, the person already has his medication. Okay, so unless it is a new case, all right, which can also happen though. But if it's already a known case, the person already has the medication, what you're going to help the person do is one, you take away the person's phone. Take away the person's phone. Take it away entirely. You know, these phone calls that you take all the time, when you check someone that is on admission, for example, let me tell you something that I did personally. There was this big politician I was managing at one point. And each time I come, we invite him, I'll come and check his blood pressure in the morning. And then we'll be getting about 148, almost 100. We're having that. And what this man does every morning is between 7 and 9 o'clock is on the phone. Every day, clockwork, every day is on the phone. It's on the phone. And one day I told him, just stop making this call. Just one day, just switch off. And let me come and check your blood pressure. And I came and I checked it, and we were getting 130 something over 190. So that means he did not even need medication. All he needed to do was to modify his lifestyle. That's all he needed to modify his lifestyle. So there are things that we are used to doing on a daily basis that are really triggers to some of these.
Sorry, doctor. Let me say something. Sorry, please. What do you do in the case of an actor who is hypertensive and who has to play anger, who has anger roles? Because you see, you cannot play some angry without emotion, without emotion. What do you do?
Sorry, the answer to this question before you go to
You might not know.
Excess call trigger your blood pressure.
Emotional stress.
It doesn't mean to make you hypertensive, but it will take your blood pressure. Excess call. Now, if what comes to the call again is disturbing, that's double wahala.
This question I asked.
Yes, I want
One house, please.
One house, please.
Please, I want to tell you something. Maybe also identify with it. Acting is mysterious positively. And in the course of character creation, if you do it too well, you will ride above any physical problem.
Truth.
I'll tell you the truth. It's a weak mind trying to bear a serious artistic disposition. The concept of make believe sometimes willingly suspends disbelief. I can elevate myself where I am in pain and step out of that realm and deliver and come back to the pain.
Yes.
It's mysterious. It's a professional. I'll tell you because an actor. We've been trained, without any. See, I use the word here when we started saying that acting is osmotic. Yeah. It's like you going out of you must go out of the realm of reality to ascend to that point. So it's the kind of training you give your mind. That's the aspect of training that I say this not to say it can, but if you are not a trained actor and you understand that you have this issue, at what point do you forget yourself? You forget self, and when you forget self, it's mental and spiritual.
Yes.
When I go to play the role of a native doctor, I begin to do the incantations and all that stuff. I'm not scared of what will happen to me after. Because I know
transported.
That's the word. The word is transported for real. It's not it's not rocket science. Yeah. If you are a practicing actor who understands, we call it method acting. Method acting is not just a saying. You are transported. When you go take it, cut.
Come back. Yes.
Come back. More like you must come back to reality. So
yes.
Whatever it is that you were burdened with before,
yes,
at that time is suspended.
It's mind over body.
Okay.
Yes, I think an example, Chief Francis, an example was in Germany many years ago when Norbert Young was to come on stage. And I think he slipped off and almost got dislocated.
Yes.
He moved to the stage,
Finished.
finished the performance, and came back into his space and moved out.
No, see, I took a gunshot. I took a gunshot. I took a gunshot. And you know that time, hello, I took a gunshot. And you know those days, we were trying those manual days, we wear the knockout pad. Get the point? We wear the knockout pad. So when they said they light it up, the thing was open and now was burning into my system. Wow. Camera was on me. You get the point? I have to swallow the pain until I hear cut. I said, help! By the time I opened, that sky is still there. It had burned into my skin.
I'd like to say that that's dangerous because even when JC James Cavazia that played Jesus Christ, when they were flogging him, that slashing, it actually one of the iron actually pierced him.
Yes.
Was that you know what he said? Imagine Jesus Christ saying, "Fuck."
Yes.
It's in Pena. But they could not reuse that fork like but he cried out like this is real, this is real.
So what I'm trying to say is a balance, like you said, that is dangerous. You know, it's a balance.
It's not like stage, you don't. You don't. But he was an actor on screen and he was burning him. He should have called out for help. But he got incognito into his character.
You see the word that is
he had gotten too deep into what he was doing. So he was feeling the pains for real and it was going on. I think that was the late 90s when Ajayi Lycett lost her husband, Tom Lycett. She was about going on stage to grand performance. They came to tell her that her husband just died. She blanked out as if she didn't hear the news. She went on, gave one of her best performances. After cutting calls, she broke down.
Even Tuan Oni, I think she was coming to the National Theatre.
Yes.
And her daughter passed. She came, finished the performance before she went back home to mom.
I don't think we still have actors like that.
No, we don't have them.
I don't think we still have actors like that.
What we have now,
talk about. That's why you were doing this mix.
Okay.
Yes, you were going to talk about it because
Okay. All right. So what's your question? Let me address it at the same time because I can't understand it all.
What do you do to an asthma patient when you don't have a first aid box and there's no inhaler?
Steve.
Holy Steve, can the Blackstone do anything?
Let me add I want to throw more light on the issue of I believe there's a line in medical, because being who we are Africans, there are something medicals are still yet they have not really comprehended fully. I don't know if you agree with me, because that's your profession. But I would like you to highlight on the line. He mentioned about that lady with what they call it, the kind of spirit,
the jinn,
and all that. It's, at the end, the medical was able to heal it. Is it possible?
Is that possible?
Well, okay, let me start from this. I'll finish it. All right. So from in the situation of a stroke, one thing you must first of all have in mind is for the person to have a stroke, his blood pressure has hit the roof. So that's the first thing. The blood pressure hits the roof. When it hits the roof, it gets to a point where the body cannot accommodate. Because you see, like I said, everything is in this body. When you are under pressure, stress, and the blood pressure goes up, your body adjusts, accommodates, compensates for it. And it now looks at that point as the new normal. And then it steps up again, because nothing was done to take it back to the original normal. And it steps up again, what will the body do? The body will adjust, accommodate, compensate, consider that as the new normal. Until it gets to a point where the body is now overwhelmed. It can't manage, it can't compensate, it cannot adjust. And that's when aging will knock. And that's when the stroke will happen. That's when there will now be an injury. Because the stroke is actually either the blood vessel due to the pressure bursts at the brain. Either it bursts that's hemorrhagic stroke, or that there wasn't adequate blood getting to the brain due to an occlusion in the same blood vessel. That's ischemic stroke. So those are the two types of stroke. So once you have someone that is saying, oh, my hand is heavy, my hand is heavy, my hand is heavy, the first thing you should understand is this person blood pressure is very high. So what you need to do at that point is to start reassuring the person as much as you can. As you're reassuring the person, you are making arrangements to move the person to the nearest medical center. Now, the thing about stroke is this. It could be transient. When it's transient, you call it transient ischemic attack. When it's transient, the person will come down with the features, within 24 hours it will resolve. Transient. Or it could be an actual stroke. And when it's an actual stroke, there is an injury which results in damage. Now, when there's an injury, for example, at the right side of the brain, it will affect the left because those nerves, they switch at the cervical level here, they switch. So the one from the right switch to the left, the one from the left switch to the right. So when there's an injury on the left side of the brain, then that means the weakness on this. And the weakness is not just the hand and the limb. The weakness is even the muscles of the face. That's why you see the face, even the tongue. Every part down there will be affected. So when you have such a situation, there is very little you can do. Very little you can do. Because even if you administer the medication to the person, it might not help. But you can still go ahead and do so. But what you need to do, once you notice that this person is beginning to manifest weakness on one side of the body, or you begin to notice some deviation on the person's face, you move the person immediately to the nearest medical center. That's the best you can do. Because when it comes to stroke, every second matters. Every second matters. If the time, the duration between the first observation or presentation and when he actually finally presents the medical center, if it's long, it might end up something that might have been a transient stroke, it might be a permanent stroke. And you know one thing is that once you have damage to the central nervous system, it is the hardest body tissue to recover. That's why stroke patients hardly recover. Most times when you see a stroke patient that has relatively recovered, what he has eventually done is that the spine has been trained to do part of the work of the brain. Because that area of the brain that was damaged is not going to recover. It's not going to recover. So with physiotherapy and all that, you can actually get to train some part of the spine to give command instead of the brain. Okay, so stroke. What was the next one?
Still on this stroke, please.
My time is. I'm sure my time is up.
Please.
That last question. Okay,
please, because my mom suffered stroke.
Okay.
And I did something I was taught long time ago.
Okay.
And then as first aid,
okay.
And then she was taken to the hospital and she recovered fully after 2 weeks.
Okay.
Now, I was told if someone is suffering stroke on the right side, for instance, you could get something like needle to pierce the fingers and toes, so that the blood flow that is lacking to that side, you would have created like a vent to help blood flow to that, and that will sustain the person to a medical facility.
Address that. Now that is another form of practice. It's not really medical practice. That's acupuncture. That's what you're calling it. And acupuncture is a different field entirely. So I do not really understand their science, but I know that people go there and they get results. So what you've described is acupuncture, not normal exercise. All right. Asthma.
Yes.
Okay, what do you need? What
I said when you don't have first aid and inhaler at home, and you have an asthma patient under attack, is there any home remedy for that?
Just rush to the hospital.
The absence of steam,
No,
hold an envelope to create
No, if Steve, what advice you, madam? Don't let anyone confuse you. Go through that person is going to die, obviously. The person is going to die. Don't even try before. Once you do not have an inhaler and don't have basic medications for the person, rush the person to the nearest hospital. If you can't get the person to the hospital, at least get the person to the pharmacy. Or the pharmacy. At least there, the pharmacy they can get the person injection. So somewhere close by. Because by the time you're doing all these things, you will have cut off oxygen from the person's brain and the person will die. Okay, all right, so very quickly, let me just take you on the very quickly. Tips on CPR, very quickly, very. All right, now when you have CPR is for anyone that is not responsive. You administer CPR for anyone that is not responsive.
One households.
And you have discovered that the person is not breathing. CPR means cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation, which means you want to trigger the heart, you want to trigger the lungs, and you want to get them to start. You want to get the lungs to start taking in the air so the person starts breathing. And for that to happen, you have to stimulate the brain. So the activity is meant to stimulate the brain. Okay? Now,
how they say because
when you're having a CPR class, you need a dummy. You need to have a dummy. So with a dummy, you can demonstrate. You can't. You don't have a dummy there. So see what
one house
if you pay attention, you follow me because I'm going to try to make it as practical.
Please stop cutting the.
Just try and follow me. Okay. Now. You have this person. Let me use an accident victim. Okay, someone just had an accident, and you manage to bring the person out of the vehicle. The person is not talking. The person's eyes are shut. Okay, so you put the person on the road. This is a typical example. All right. Now the person is on the road. What do? You observe the person. Okay. Be sure that there's nothing that is of danger that is wonderful. Like for example, someone that you pulled up from a car, there might be maybe a sharp metal that has pierced him somewhere and it's causing bleeding. Or the person might be bleeding actively somewhere. So those things are things that you need to address. If for example, an artery was punctured and you have blood pumping out like that, you need to address that first. That will kill you before any other thing. So you need to find something and apply pressure. Tie it as hard as you can. Apply pressure. And when you have done that, you go back to the person, like I said. Now, you raise the person's head, the person's jaw upwards. The person is lying on his back. The person is lying on the back. So you hold the jaw, you raise the jaw upwards. When you raise the jaw upwards, what you're trying to do is to find out if this person is actually breathing. The person might be out, but still be breathing. So if the person is not breathing, that is where the person needs to CPR. If the person is breathing, then the person is not really so much danger. All right. So when you raise the person's head up, you bring your head close, you bring your ear close to the person's nose, and at the same time you are watching the person's chest. Okay? So you might not hear anything from the nose, but you might notice that the chest is going up and coming down. That tells you that this person is breathing. The person does not need a CPR. But if the chest is silent and you can't hear anything, then you need to go into action or finding a way to stimulate the brain so that the person can breathe, because the person needs to breathe to survive. Okay, so what do? The first thing you do, all right, you pinch the person's nose with 2 fingers. You extend the mouth. You apply your mouth and seal the entire area of the person's mouth. And you breathe into it. You breathe into it. You breathe into it You can do that for 5 seconds. And once you have done that, you look at the chest again. If the chest is not ascending and descending, then you go down to the chest. Now you put 2 fingers, okay? So let me just use you. All right, I'll assume it's lying down, all right? You put 2 fingers, put them at this point, okay? When you put them at this point, you draw them to the midline. That is where you're going to apply the pressure. So you take the heel of your palm and put it at that point. Remember, you go this way, take it across, that's the point. You put the heel of your first hand and the pressure of your body on this hand, and this hand will be straight and apply on this point. Then you now support with this hand. You can support this way, you can support this way. The point is to apply pressure. And once you have done that, thank you very much. And once you have done that, you now rhythmically apply that pressure. Now we'll see what you have in mind. Because the rhythm has to correspond with the beating of your heart, okay? Because that's what you're trying to trigger. So it has to be fast. It's not the normal 1, 2, 3 or normal seconds. So but it has to go with that rhythm. It's going to be fast. So you go continuously. Now the purpose is for you to do 100 of those in 1 minute. And continue 100 of those in 1 minute. And you continue doing that, even if the person is not responding. As long as someone has called for help, you can continue doing that. Now, at intervals, if for example you are all alone, at intervals you can cut. Maybe probably if you've done for maybe like 3 minutes, you can cut and go and breathe back into the person's airway, pinch the nose, breathe into the person's airway, and return and apply the pressure. Or you can just maintain the chest pressure continuously. Continue putting that pressure. Now, at some point, it will stimulate the brain. If the damage wasn't extensive, it will stimulate the brain, and the brain will take action, and the person will start breathing. And once the person starts breathing, you have done a wonderful job. But you ought to be on that person until help comes, as long as you've not seen signs that this person has started breathing. Yes, sir.
When you're pressing the heart,
the chest, yes.
The chest. If it's a lady that is not your wife or pressing the breast.
But let me clarify.
I agree. Because in Kano they will stone you.
I understand.
Especially if it's a Muslim woman.
Yes.
He gave an example.
No, forget that example. He's right.
Please now, come on.
There are cultural beliefs, religious beliefs that you need to respect. No matter what kind of you say, if you see a Haji and you're a male, you call a lady, please come, you direct her on what to do. Because if you put your hand on her, nobody's going to want to know whether you wanted to save her. Nobody will want to know. So the easy way out is that you call a lady, okay, do this, see what you do, direct her on what to do. And while you now play the part of getting help. Okay? So that is what I would advise in that situation. But if it's another lady that is probably dressed casually or from her dress you can't really tell anything, please just go ahead and do this CPR and save her life.
Please, in the case of drowning, is it best to perform CPR upwards or downwards?
Okay, in the case of drowning, the first thing, the care starts from bringing the person out. That's where the care starts from. And it's always better to bring the person out head down. Because if the person has taken in water, you want the head to be downwards, that gravity can also help in bringing out some of the water that he has already. Okay. Now, when you have brought the person upwards, it's going to be the same you turn the person will be flat on his back. As long as you discover the person is not responsive. If the person is responsive, there are so many things you can do. Because if the person is responsive, then the concern is to help the person to take out water that may have gone into the lung fields. And that's where you do something called Heimlich maneuver. When the person is responsive. You do Heimlich maneuver, please. You do Heimlich maneuver by putting pressure on the diaphragm. Diaphragm is here. Put pressure on the diaphragm that will now force the person to eject anything that is inside the lung fields. So if there's water inside the lung fields, you vomit it out. And it's just something you do, just quite simple. You have the person, you just inject sudden pressure on this location. That's where the diaphragm is. Okay? And the person now vomits anything in the lung fields and then starts. The person can now talk and do other things. But if the person is not responsive, you don't bother with that because even that action again will put in more fluid into the lungs. Because the person is not responsive, the brain is not working, the person is not breathing. So what you do is exactly the same process that I described earlier. The first thing, like I said, is you bring the person out head down. When you bring the person out head down, you lay him flat. Observe him and be sure that there is no threats. There's no threats around him whatsoever. And then you adjust his head. Listen to the nose, and watch the chest. If the chest isn't ascending and descending, it's not breathing. Commence CPR. Okay? Any other questions? People are taking 4 times my time. I hope my kid package is going to cover that. All right. So
No, online. The person said, Blackstone is a lifesaver. Doctor, please, I'm talking from experience. It's very cheap. Every household should have it.
Sorry, let me just say this. What you need to have in your first aid box is very, very important. So you must know. You see, the first aid box is meant to be customized based on your need. Okay? It's meant to be customized based on your need. All right, it's not every first aid box that you go and you see anti-snake poison. No, it's not every first aid box that you go to and you see this, but it has to be customized based on your need. If you're going to shoot in a hotel, you don't have any business putting, you're going to get anti-snake poison. There's nobody's going to hold you. But if you're going into a remote location like a village, then you need to have something like that. So the basic things that you must have antiseptic. Antiseptic is very, very important. It's the most important fluid that you need. Because you're going to apply it on anything, anywhere there's an opening, you must apply antiseptic to prevent infection. Okay, because infection is the major threat. Okay? Alright. Now you have your antiseptic. Now when you have your antiseptic, what else you need? You're going to have your applier, continue, because you're going to use something to apply the antiseptic. So you have your applier, continue. Now, before you even touch all these things, you must also protect your hands. You must protect your hands, so you must have hand gloves. Hand gloves must be inside the pack. Now you have your antiseptic, you have your cotton wool. Now you must have something that you're going to use to cover after you've applied this. So you must have a bandage. All right, you must have a bandage, you must have plaster. Now if it's a cut, then you don't need to have, if it's just a cut, then you don't need to apply a bandage, you can just apply a plaster. Now, another important thing that is always good to have, but sometimes you can't have it in the first aid box, is tetanus toxoid. So if someone has an opening, after the person has been given the first aid, the person needs to receive tetanus toxoid injection. Okay, so that can, because it's kept under controlled temperature, so you can't have it in the first aid box. But it's something that you must always have at the back of your mind. If someone has an injury on your set, that's because at the end of the day, if you do all that first aid and the person goes and it was exposed to tetanus, when the person starts to manifest, they will see it's jazz is the person to do. Nobody's going to agree that tetanus is having because it's usually very dramatic, very, very dramatic. If you see someone tetanus, you want to run. It's very, very dramatic. All right, so you're going to have a pair of scissors. Now, what's a pair of scissors for? When, for example, someone has had a trauma, whatever it is, hit his head, had an accident, whatever, and you're bringing the person out, it's always important to cut the person's clothing because you don't know what is happening when the person is dressed up. They don't know what's happening. You need to see and be sure that there is nothing that is hidden, that is causing, that is killing the person. You don't know. So you need to cut off the person's clothing so that you can actually see and know that, okay, this person is out of harm's way. So you need a pair of scissors. And also you need a pair of scissors to also cut the bandage when you are going to apply the bandage. Now you have a bandage, you have a plaster, you're going to have methylated spirit. Methylated spirit is the second most important liquid that you need. You're going to have methylated spirit in your first aid box. Then what else are you going to need? I don't need hydrogen peroxide. You don't need hydrogen peroxide. Just the antiseptic and methylated spirit is all you need.
So one final question. For bruises, you mentioned of bandage and what is the essence of petroleum jelly in the absence of bandage?
Okay, petroleum jelly is actually old school practice.
God damn.
Yes, old school. It's actually old school practice. Right now, if you apply petroleum jelly to an injury, people are going to question you why you do that. Because instead of petroleum jelly, just apply antiseptic and leave it as it is. It's better off. That is actually better off. So what petroleum jelly usually does is a soothing gel. So it tries to soothe the skin and makes it more comfortable for the person.
So for footballers these days, when they just apply, even boxers, UFC and all that, they use petroleum jelly.
I don't think it will be the regular petroleum jelly. It's not going to be the regular petroleum jelly. It's going to have some other components inside that being used here for a particular reason. So what else is going to be in the first aid box? GB, no. Don't use GB. I'll tell you what. Now, GB is considered a how do you call it? What's the word? Okay, then let me describe it. Now, if someone has a cut, or rather a bruise, and it's gone beyond the skin surface, it's a little bit into maybe second or third layer of the skin. Okay, let's say second layer, and you apply GB. What you've done is that you have it's a dehydrator. So when you apply that GB, it will dry that surface. The surface will be dry, but the inner part will remain wet. So it's not going to heal. It's not going to heal. So we refuse. We've even stopped encouraging people to use GB. What we recommend is iodine. Now, iodine is known to be very painful, yes. But now they have other brands of iodine that are very accommodating, less pain, less discomfort. You have the ones that now come in tubes. That is what is ideal, and that has to be in the first aid box. Okay? Iodine, we have it comes in tubes. It looks very fancy now, unlike the old idea of iodine that you put inside the container and screen. So that one is what we now recommend. Once you apply it, there is common one, Wosan cream, it's iodine. Yes, it's iodine. So once you apply it, it's good. You can now put the bandage or put whatever it is and you will heal. So any other thing Yes, injection and syringe. Yes, thank you so much. Sorry, my dear. Injection syringe should be there. Hydrocortisone injection should be there. Diclofenac injection should be there. Paracetamol, yes, we also have the injection and also the tablets. We have the injection and tablets.
Crepe bandages.
Crepe bandage. You have crepe bandage in the. What would you use the crepe bandage for?
Maybe if I have a slight dislocation.
Okay, might not even get a dislocation, but dislocation is already going far off. Okay. Just if you have a sprain, you can use it to just remotely reduce activity of that joint and pressure on that joint. Okay, anything else?
Yes, please. In the case of eye boots, it's like a sound or you just pass by a door and you just.
Eye drop.
Is there a solar eye drop you can use or you just use saline?
You have the contact trauma to the eye?
Yes, either directly or indirectly. Is there an ointment or should we just use ordinary saline solution?
Okay, the eye happens to be one of the organs that cleans itself. Even if an insect goes into the eye, if you can hold yourself and lie down and sleep, wash it off. Yes, the eye does that. The eye does that. There are organs that do that. The eye is one of them. The vagina is another one. They are self-cleaning.
Oh, the penis.
Yes, but it can, the problem with water is it could be two ways. The water could shoot or the water could make it worse. Because if there is any parasite inside the water by any chance, just introduce it directly into the eye and that becomes, you now have conjunctivitis. I now
Sorry, I don't want to take us back. Well, you see, we're now
Sorry, take us back.
No, listen up. You see, it's about this epilepsy. There was a story I heard of a woman who certain food was given to her to eat, and because she had this prayer and she said her children should not eat the food. A woman who, because she learned that they are sending epilepsy to her through the food. No, listen up. No, just wait. No, wait. She didn't eat the food. Are you getting it? One woman who was courageous, I don't know, who just came from nowhere, ate the food. The woman started exhibiting epileptic tendencies. In fact, she had that epilepsy that it took. There was no hospital that did not go. The thing could not subside until they went spiritual. So now, does you now as a medical, you laughed. We don't believe that such epilepsy is spiritual, or you don't even believe. Do you believe that there is spiritual epilepsy or medical epilepsy?
But we know what would be that kind of situation now. It's epilepsy she's manifesting. We attend to the epilepsy. Whether it was spiritual or we attend to the epilepsy. So what we'll do is we'll teach our family members, inform them, educate them about the disease, what try to find out what triggers it, so that if they can keep her away from those things, then place on regular medication that will help depress the central nervous system so that she will not be having seizures. That's primary. That's primarily.
Or you even have the
primary.
Or you should stay away from it.
All right.
You have a
Thank you so much. The truth about the matter is we can never exhaust this session. If we want to start talking medical now, we'll talk until tomorrow. So I think the beauty is we'll be having this kind of engagements periodically. We'll be having that. So that when we come, we won't even rush anybody. I think give one person 2 hours. I just go and chill somewhere and take cigar. But all the same, today is the first time. And I'm sure next time we're going to have a bigger hall, because some of you thought it was not going to happen, but here we are today. So we are going to be rushing it a little now because time is really going, and we still have some very critical things to talk about. Like the next speaker I'm bringing now is a member of DGN and illegal luminary. People that they can put it to you, they'll put it to you, put your life. Now, in filmmaking, the business of filmmaking, we are always dealing with contracts. Contracts from when you develop your idea to when the script is written, to when there's production, producer, director, executive producer, even actor, producer, everything, they are contracts. At the end of the day, you won't be cheated if from the beginning you understood what you're trying to do. So as young filmmakers that you people are, I think it will be important for you to begin to learn and understand about contracting. And we'll also still be having a small talk to insurtainment, insurance and entertainment. Where do they meet? What should we do? What should we do? All of these classes are going to be very peripheral. We're not going to go too deep. So please, every speaker that is coming now, just help me do 30 minutes or less. It's too much, right?
It's too much. Now we have this 1
I have 20 minutes.
Okay, let's do 20 then. But what I actually want to do after this law and after the law and the insurance one, I think I will collapse others into like panel discussion. At least let's just have this understanding so that the thing can flow. Then the next month or upper month or 2 months time on, we are going to have a more robust time frame to achieve what you want to achieve. So please, if your hands are not too busy, help me jam them together for Barrister Chibuzo.
I always forget that your surname. Obiadunwa. Chibuzo is a member of the Directors Guild of Nigeria and a very good friend too. So please put your hands together for Chibuzo once.
Exactly. It's great to be here. If you have me, I will show you. It's great to trade you.
Spiritual HDM.
Okay. Okay. So the conversation we're having today is the fundamental nature of contracts and its importance to profitable filmmaking. The problem we are having in Nollywood today, in fact, across the past since January, if I'm not mistaken, since last year, we've had a series of situations where people may have calls in Nollywood for crowdfunding. Medical, somebody's sick, we have to contribute funds. Somebody's, we have to. In fact, I know about the particular director that we have to rely on party funds to move director abroad. The reasons why these things are happening is because of a paucity of funds. But if there was a formal support, if there was, because of our work as directors, we planned ourselves better financially. We had that structure, good contracts, good contractual arrangements. You won't finish making a film and you go home empty-handed. There are a lot of things that need to be put in place, and that is the point of our discussion today. Why are we having this conversation? Because not all filmmakers are making films, but films are not making them. Exceptions include KY and Funke, but the majority of filmmakers are not financially comfortable. Why do we say so? The evidence is clear. As I said before, directors are highly able to meet up with their financial responsibilities. That's part of why, as the last speaker was saying, you probably be on a movie set, you're thinking about your responsibility at home, the things you need to do with finance. And then many filmmakers have spent resources making films that ended up in their wardrobes and closets. Yes, that is why we're having this conversation today. So before we make progress to the next point, what do we understand a contract is? What is a contract? Okay, what's a contract? Yes.
It's an agreement between two parties.
Okay, that's what's understood. Okay.
For me, it's the sense of reference between two people who are undertaking an enterprise, or I don't know, apart from enterprise, undertaking an enterprise.
Okay. Any other? Yes. Okay.
The legal binding between two parties.
Okay. Yes, you added a thought. There's something that wasn't there before. Something that's legally binding. Okay. So, a contract simply is an agreement that the law will enforce or recognize as affecting the legal rights and abuses of the parties. It's also a set of promises that the law will enforce. Now, two people can decide to go into an enterprise that is not legal. Will the law enforce that? That's my contract. It's not legally binding. You can't enforce it because, for instance, like let's say a hookup contract. Can anybody enforce it? It can't be enforced. That's an example. Now, there's an authority called Bowery. That's why this is coming from. Bowery against Bennett. Bowery against Bennett is a British case. It's more or less, it was a contract for a prostitute that was hiring girls, that had girls under her payroll. Bowery against Bennett. So one of the girls
defaulted, she couldn't enforce the contract. Okay? So a contract has to be legal, right? That's what makes it a contract. It has to, so contracts are a fundamental aspect of everyday life. It's most likely most of us have entered a contract today, but without our knowledge. If you enter public transport, and you get to a destination, you pay. You just need to pay a contract. Because, okay, let's break it down. If the person parks a vehicle, that's an offer. We'll get to that soon. Then you enter. As soon as you enter, you've accepted the offer. Right? You get to your destination, you pay. The contract is consummated. What happened? No, what happened was that the two contract parties is the bus driver and the passenger. Now the bus driver made an offer, right? Then in your coming into the bus, you accepted the terms of the contract or the person offered to take you to a particular destination. And when you got there, you furnished the consideration by paying for the bus trip, for the car ride. Now, what consideration did the bus driver furnish? What did the bus driver do? He took you there. Yes, he took you to the destination. So that's his own consideration. So these are the three elements of valid contract: an offer, an acceptance, and valid consideration. Yes. So I don't want to. As I was saying, we have very small time.
So that consideration.
Yes.
More like
Okay, the consideration is the value you bring to a contract. Of course, we all know what an offer is, right? We all know what an acceptance is. Acceptance, you accept to take part in the contract. Then consideration is the value you bring. For instance, you can't, if there's no consideration in a contract, it's not a contract. For instance, the bus driver took you there, and then you pay money, says no, it's fine. I just took you for free. It's a contract. No consideration was offered by one of the parties.
the consideration now is the fulfillment of the offer. That's the consideration.
Yes, the fulfillment, yes, of the offer is the consideration. The ability to
offer and acceptance.
Yes, the offer and acceptance. Yes, and acceptance.
Because which means the value is both ways.
Yes, it's both ways.
Value for my money is the service you provide.
Yes, so it's both ways. That's why it's a contract. Both parties have value to bring.
So can we say the name contract is from the constitution?
It's from what?
The last one.
Consideration. No. They're different things. Okay, now, so what's the present situation we have in Nigeria? The present situation we have in Nigeria is that part of the reasons why Nollywood practitioners are not making what they should make financially is because Nollywood is living more than the table over lack of profit sharing. Okay. This is a news article of January 26, 2024, Business Day. Nollywood is living more than the table over lack of profit sharing deals. And this is our present situation. We have situations where a production company comes to Nigeria, shoots, makes stupendous income. Professionals have nothing to show for it. And so, at the smallest sign of a health challenge, we start contributing money. We start, running pillar to post. And this is something we need to address. This generation of filmmakers, I came into filmmaking as a passion. A lot of us did as a passion. We were enthusiastic about. We're not interested in what it was offering. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're getting old, and so we have to face reality. That's why we have this conversation. We have to face people. People are dying. People are dropping. Everything that's happening in Hollywood now is somehow tied to money. Believe it or not, the boy that died is money. Everything. Okay. Artists are dropping, crew members are dropping. It has boils down to money. Why was the producer not able to provide life jackets? Why is the police saying that they should approach them? Even if the police are saying they should approach them, could the person not approach the police? What was the problem? It still goes to money. Why are the life jackets dirty? So please, this convention is something we need to take seriously. It's a make or break. Okay, so why is this the present situation? The sole proprietorship mentality. I think it's a general problem in this part of the world. Even in other fields, lawyers, medical practitioners, everybody wants to do it alone. In fact, in the legal profession, we started to learn it very late. You go to just in Lagos, you see LX. It's a law firm of close to about 50 lawyers. LX, you see Bama and the other law, you see some firms. Now, but outside law, I don't think okay. You also see it in Belosa, yes. You also see it in real estate firms. You see, associates, 5-6 people come together and form a partnership. It is ahead of a Nollywood. You will see, everybody wants to do it their own way. Meanwhile, a lot of us came into Nollywood with specific expertise. Either I came into Nollywood, for instance, I came into Nollywood as a screenwriter. Anybody that reads my script, if you go any part of the world, you see, you say, you call me, this guy. So what is the problem? I'm telling you. So why is it that I cannot form a partnership, for instance, some other person who came in as an editor, who is directing, who came in as an editor, who is known for his editing skills. Then we met with another person who is a business head, as in is in commerce. That one may not tread foot on the movie set. His job is to plan the commerce, adverts, sales. He's a director, but he's in commerce. Why don't we measure like that? What is the problem? Nothing. It's just a mindset. Okay, so the next problem is the bandwagon mentality. I remember seeing Igodo. About 3 weeks after Igodo, I saw Isaka. I saw all types of epics came out. Why? What is the problem? Friends. Okay, let's go to the next one. I call it the tunnel vision mentality. We want to shoot film simply because I want to shoot film. Actually, the film. When you finish shooting the film, what next? What is your plan? That is how films are ending in closets and wardrobes. That is how. Because there's no plan. No arrangement, nothing. I want to do film. Okay, so this television mentality shows in strategic planning. You don't have a strategy. You don't have a strategy for how you want to achieve what you want to achieve. That's how people are drowning on movie sets. There's no strategy. Then personnel planning. The people that are trying to scale it a bit are the Yorubas. They've tried to do some personnel planning. Somebody wants to shoot a movie. It's okay. I don't have money. He's a producer. Okay, call me Francis Duru. Call me. Okay, when Francis wants to shoot his own, you still call. That is personnel planning. It's still not. No. Where's the? Then there's marketing planning. Already we know what we mean here. Already, there's no plan how to market it. Somebody will finish shooting film. Then you now start. It's after you finish shooting that you now remember you. How do I say this? Unless you don't, you are done. You're not looking at picture specifications. You're not looking at nothing. Okay, so the next factor is the comfort zone mentality. The comfort zone mentality is the inverse of okay, OJ has shot you, so let's shoot Lizaga. We are sure to be said. Okay, they've done Akia Popo, so let's do Akia.
Let's do Guava. Let's
use Akia Popo, yes.
Let's use it.
Yes. Why don't you step out of your comfort zone and do something new? If somebody shot Akia Popo, before Akia Popo, I met those in Naba. It was not somebody meshed them and shot. So that person came out of his comfort zone to do something new. And what it does is that the market will reward you. When you come out of your comfort zone to do something fresh, the market will reward because the market has not seen that before. So that is the comfort zone mentality. Then the last, it's not exhaustive. There are many other ones, but these are the main things I can identify. Then industrial organizational structural defects. What do I mean? In the only organization administering the bar in Nigeria is the NBA. They have tried to form another one. I don't know how the leg of that one will happen. Now, just directors alone, we have about 3 guilds.
Okay, it's up to 3 now.
It's up to 3. Yeah, I know Kennedy Banks formed one after DGM. You know, then there's another one that is coming up now. So, what is happening? What is the problem? Why can't you have one guild? In the US, you have to belong in that one guild. I went to do, when I was in Port Harcourt, I get called up to go and check out the sets. The guy was not a DGM member. So I get there. The guy doesn't even know there's anything called DGM. But he's shooting.
Yes.
He's shooting. What the front? Yes. Confidently, calling shots. So that's the problem. That's the organizational structural defect I'm talking about. The organizational structure. There's need. The present situation is that everybody can wake up and do what they like. There's no structure practically because when they are many, it does not exist. It does not exist. Okay, so that's why we are in this present situation. No, so what can be done to come out of the present situation? Mindset adjustment. Yes. Well, before we get to, because there are some things that are not directly under our control, like the organizational structure thing, right? But when we start adjusting our mindsets and start doing things properly, with time, things will fall into place. But you know that we're having this conversation because we want to enrich ourselves, want to put money in our pockets, we want to finish making a movie, and at least you can live comfortably. So the things that the government can do, like that last thing identified, is something that can be checkmated, but it's a broad-based situation. It's not one an individual can do it. So before we get there are things we can do to help ourselves. Mindset adjustment. What do I mean? We should start adjusting ourselves to opening our minds to collaborations. You know that okay, Emma has, he has a particular skill. They call him for that skill. Emma, please, let's combine. Tola, let's combine. I know you can do this one. And the interesting thing about it is that when you're doing what you're an expert in, it costs you nothing. It does not cost you anything. It's second nature. You tell me to write the script now. I write it in 3 days. It's second nature. Now, but that thing is what will earn you money on that job. Now, assuming everybody comes and puts in their experts, brings in the experts, and the interesting thing is, when you bring just your expertise forward, it gives you focus. You see some credits. Hey, this same person, this director, producer. How will the movie go good now? So, but when there's a division of labor, there's expertise, there's focus, and so every department is well taken care of. If you see it, one mind did this thing, one good mind did this thing, one good mind. So at the end of the day, you have a quality product to present. Meanwhile, that quality product, nobody killed themselves over it. Different minds just came together to give you something good. Everybody got their own degree of expertise. So that's that mindset adjustment. And so to do that, you have to do, because our industry is full of people. We started this industry informal, like I said before, on the basis of passion. But now, part of the mindset adjustment is that we have to consider the industry a business. We have to consider the industry a business. And so when you consider the industry a business, anything you want to do, You have to formalize it. Even when friends are working together as friends, there has to be a contract. People have to understand what they are doing. You want to come as a script as a director on the set, you tell me exactly, now bros, this is what you're going to do, this is for how many weeks you're going to shoot. This, you know, everything is in black and white. So pre-production contracts, collaboration contracts. In fact, if it's not because I've seen situations where guys collaborated, it came out well, and more things came out of it. They want to work again together because the first one was fine. Nobody changes the winning team, and so from the get-go, you form a company. You look around because what thing soup go sweet go start from ingredients. So when you look around, see the head, you say, "Nah, bros, all of us good, we know. So let's form a company." So that when if the people you guys want to work again, it's no longer a question of coming together again to start. Everybody knows what they do, right? The company is already in place.
More like a consulting.
Yes, a consortium, precisely. Then equipment contracts. That's self-explanatory. Advert contracts. Back in the days, you would see you want to shoot on a set, and then somebody maybe the props is bread. Somebody brings bread. Maybe this cake, like I saw it in on champagne bread cake. Then the director says, no, turn it. I don't want to see that label. What is wrong with discussing with the former bread cake in advance? And say, Ross, we want to shoot, we'll use you pay us some part of the money. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? We discuss the water because you can see from the script that there are a lot of, because the water. Funny enough, that they may not know that part of the monies they are bringing may be a huge part of the budget for the movie. But just pay us XYZ amount. Read the script, you can see that there's a lot of. If they bring that money, it could be maybe, let's say, 100 million. Maybe your budget is 120. They finish sponsoring the film without their knowledge. What is wrong with that? You put your money in your pocket because a lot of part of why filmmakers are not where they should be financially is not just what you're spending, it's also what you're saving. You save your money, but you have the product, Then back-end contracts. What do you mean by back-end contracts? Somebody calls you, a company calls you that that does good films to come and do a film, come and direct a movie. And you get there and you see it's a good, instead of just collecting the money they pay you, negotiate for, say, okay, if this movie gets to XYZ level of profit, I'm entitled to social amount. Yes, I'm entitled to social amount. Now, that one is different from royalties. Is something you don't need. Normally, if the industry was working, you're entitled to it. Normally, is standard something. The standard is something. You say, okay, guys, please, for everything this movie sells, I'm entitled to this amount. For everything this movie sells, that's different. I'm talking about like milestone profit. The movie sells 100 million. You are entitled to 10 naira for every amount that the movie sells, and every milestone the movie hits. I don't know whether I'm being understood. Yeah. Back-end contracts. Nobody knows you reached that you had that contract. Maybe by the time those monies are coming, you're on another set.
I think most of this early stars in America does that.
Yes.
You see them, their names are under either executive producers or producers.
Yes.
That is where the back end.
Yes.
But they will negotiate. You can't pay me this, but this is what.
Yes. Yes. So this back-end contract is where the money is. This is where the money is. It's not about collecting your salary. Well, because in the US, crew members are paid salaries, you collect your salary. So it's not about what you're paid while you're shooting. It's what you get after you're gone. It's what you get after you're gone. Maybe at that time, the person has a health challenge, something drops. It's, because some of this is programmed. Once the movie hits that amount, your own goes to you. So those are the things that can be done, we can do as filmmakers. We should stop working with passion. Not that we won't work with passion, but we should think about it as a business. Then inside the shoot, There's production contracts that to be done, crew contracts, cast contract, location contract. These are self-explanatory. Crew contracts, of course, with your members of crew. Last year, I remember somebody on the article was on the DJ platform. Somebody called. Was it last week, Iman? Somebody sent a message and said, please, who has worked with this person before? A crew member. I think it was a process person. What was the problem? Probably they were experiencing an issue with the crew member. And so they wanted any other director that worked with the crew member to please come and intervene. Now, some of those things will be forestalled by you entering a contract with crew members. They know that, if I do this thing, this is what comes. This is the repercussion, no jokes. Because in Africa now, we joke a lot about some of these things, but when you know that you sign something, you not go joke. Okay, so that's it about crew contract. Cast contract, I don't need to explain. Anybody that has shot in there, you know what happens. In fact, okay, look, I have had a situation where a particular artist told us that we were in Obosi, she was at some poor junction for 3 days. You understand? Okay, so yes. So that's the cast contract. Cast contract. The location contract. Now, because our industry is very informal, right? We don't put this. This is a part of the planning. If you plan your production well, you enter all these contracts, how you get your locations. Your movie goes. It's smooth. No hiccups, no issues. Okay, so that's that about this point. Then post-production contracts, editor agreements, composer agreements. We know here our soundtrack is tables, well done. So now, when you want to take movie as a series, in fact, I know that I've seen movies. What helped those movies stick in my head were the soundtracks.
The good, the bad, the ugly.
Precisely. For instance, the soundtracks. So, but in this part, we're not yet taking soundtrack serious yet. So when we start taking soundtrack serious, we start having composer agreements. You see people, I've seen orchestras are doing soundtrack of films. Now, film distribution agreement, these are things, in fact, in my book, this film distribution agreement should be had before you even start. It should be one of the first things you should do. So, all these things are fundamental to the success of you as a filmmaker. Okay, let me.
What does that number 3 entail? I don't understand.
Number 3, that's what I'm explaining, the film distribution agreement. How, because, okay, let me come down. In order to ensure that you don't finish shooting and you start looking for YouTube channel and who to sell to. From the beginning, you plan that, okay, I'm going to sell this thing to Europe. Because I want to sell this movie to Europe, you check the specification. Okay, they want they want this picture quality. You work with the equipment that surpasses that picture quality. I want to sell this movie to Netflix. You go and check out you check their quality control specifications. You get the equipment that surpasses it, so that you don't finish shooting and you can't sell. That's what I mean by film distribution. So
let me add to what you're saying, because I'm so happy with this, and I'm so happy Prince is in the house. The word is, or the phrase is, finish before you start.
Yeah.
And in the phrase finishing before you start is that before you ever go on set, where is your market? Because the tendency, like Randy said, we see some very funny people. People think being a director is another title you add to your personality. Being a producer, do you know how many films I've produced? Where in there we never sell. It's still in the locker.
Yeah.
How much have you made? And at the end of the day, it becomes so decimated that you just sell it to whoever, I beg, any 21 million next value. That mentality was talking about, because There's everything that we just want to go and say, let them see that I'm filming. You know, but professional, like he's saying that you finish before you start. Who is your film meant for? Do you understand their ecosystem? What are they looking for? Because that's where we made. But those days, like Rani said, there was a market. You get the point? And sometimes the marketers come looking for you. But that era is gone. But that mentality has continued till today.
Yes.
And so people go take plenty money from people at the end of the day, you can't deliver. So you set up a wrong impression in the mind of the person. If you know how many persons have been driven away from this industry because of this same issue of a promise.
So in the film distribution agreement, if assuming you're, like for instance, there are people, our industry is still, we're still developing. There are people who are like agents, that they are experts in discussing these things. You discuss with them so that you get insight. Like in video, you sign contracts to say, okay, I'm shooting XYZ film. Please, you are going to ensure that this movie will be sold to Netflix, for instance, will be sold, that this will be marketed. Before you even start shooting, you know that, okay, this movie will be aired. You have timelines. You have timelines to end at social time, and you know, so there's a lot of certainties in the process. Okay, so now this is what I did was to break down, because that first part was very fundamental. So these are the other things. We learn to function in our capacities. As a filmmaker, I know we do it a lot in Nigeria. We say, oh, because I'm a director, I will not come and work as a script writer for this other person. No, because I'm a director. How is he putting money in your pocket? Yeah? Because I'm a director. Oh, no. I will not do continue. Now, a few years ago, somebody gave us money. The Directors Guild, Port Harcourt chapter. Tompolo gave us money. And we decided that was an amenities era. We started to shoot some films as directors. On those sets, you would see a director function as a DP. Because because everybody on the crew was a director. Yeah. The set I worked on, I worked as a continuing secretary. On that same set, people worked as some other DJ member worked as DP, some other, people from the operation assistants, directors. So it's from those collaborations that you discuss what you're entitled to from the film when the movie sells. You will make money. You make your life comfortable. You do not have to come and you must cause, you must do action. How is it putting money in your pocket? You must be willing to function in other capacities. I cannot count how many films directors have sponsored in the US. I'm not talking about their own films, so you would see like a movie. For instance, you see, in fact, I cannot count how many movies like Steven Spielberg has sponsored. He's not directing, he's sitting at home. So we have to be willing to function in other capacities. Okay, now, we'll talk about industrial structural regulation. That's why I kept it there. These are things that are bigger than individuals. But when we start to function properly, those things will fall into place. We'll start with time. We'll start to have one director's guild, one AGM, one producer's guild. So that anything you're doing is that guild. They'll call you to order. If you're stepping at that, they call you to order. Now, I've talked about collaborations, then I've talked about planning. Thank you, everybody, for listening.
Only one question. Straight to the point. Only one question. No, you not talk. Okay, you not talk. No, daddy, you not talk, please. Okay. Only one question from that young man. But no, say what
I just want to add to what Barry said. Very, very explicit. It is that the first thing I think for a filmmaker, the very first thing before you even start thinking of anything is define your market. Example, how do you go to shoot a film and your budget is 20 million when you know that OK Roku pays 5 million? And then at the end of the day, you end up in Iroko. No, it's that you are going to film. you first define your market. That is why those days in the theater, there's what we call a national theater. When you do a performance and it was good, but nobody came to watch, we used to call it artistic success or financial disaster. And so then there was a phase again in our life that all we wanted to do was, where are you? Say, I'm on location. I'm on location. What are you doing? Back to back. We have not seen what you are doing. And you go and put 100 million in a film. You didn't even have a letter of intent from global distribution channel. You go and meet Film One, meet somebody and say, give me letter of intent. This letter of intent is already even legally binded that we will distribute your job either nationally or globally. You can use the letter of intent if they trust you to even go and get facility, loan, and all this one. So let us not go into film production as if we are more interested in the art of the film and not the business of the film. If we continue that way, what we'll be doing is that every time somebody is sick, we raise money. Every time somebody is, because he's not making money. Directors are not making money, producers are not making money, but a few are making hundreds of millions in dollars in the same industry, then some in penury. So showbiz, there is business part of the show. And as Nnamdi China that I am, I'm interested in both the show and the business. Yes, that's what they call me. Because of my love for money.
Sorry. No, sorry, please. Let this man. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. Yeah. So, sir, you in the course of your discussion, yes, you talked about expertise.
Yes.
Having one person to a certain job. Yes. But then we discovered that in Nollywood, you could have one person being 2 to 3 things on the set. You have a director being the DOP, being the producer, and being makeup artist, special effect artist, and in fact becoming a lead actor. Yes. Yes, I had that experience in the film I did. I was a continuation of that set. The director was the lead actor. Yes. So, sir, yes. My question is, or rather, my my concern, okay, is first, do we really blame these people because we lack budget in film? Most times when I discuss with people, I give an instance. For example, I do a proposal. I want to make a film, for example. I do a proposal and say I submit to Dangote, for example. Okay. Kule Afolayo does a proposal and submits to Dangote. I ask my people around, who do you think Dangote would respond to immediately?
You know the question, you need to answer.
Of course. Okay. Now, how do I now, having this passion and drive to wanting to make a statement, to wanting to create a voice with my story, do I now, because I lack finance, sit back and just fold my hands and allow my voice die? Okay, that's the question, right? Yes, first question. Okay.
You get 2, chap.
So, again, we talked about marketing and film distribution, for example. Now, in Nollywood, we have had this mentality that if there is no face in your film will not sell. In the course of discussion, Uncle Francis mentioned finish before you start. Yeah. Now, okay, in the course of finishing before you start, you might have met with certain agencies or agents and told them or spoken with them that, okay, you want to make a film and all that. First question I believe they will ask you is, who are you using in your film? That's one of the questions I know they would ask you. It's very natural. Who are you using in your film? And because I do not have the finance to bring Uncle Francis in my project, for example, I'll mention, what was the daddy's name here? I'm using Uncle Mr. Femi. Who is Mr. Femi? I don't know him. I'll tell them, okay, I'm using some of the, Abuja known. They don't know them. So how do we curb this situation in Nollywood? Again, we talked about, sorry, sir. Again, we talked about collaborations. At least with my few years in the industry, at least 3 to 4 years now, I've been able to do a few collaborations on my short films and all that. Yes, and I find it easier. It's easier with us crew members collaborating together than having to collaborate with actors, even the upcoming actors. We find it difficult to collaborate with them. Because when, I don't know who was talking, I think it's Uncle Daniel. For me, I don't believe there's anything like a zero budget film. I do not believe that, because no matter how zero your budget is, you play, you will still spend. The transportation, the feeding,
No, there's zero budget. There's zero budget film, sir.
No, I'm driving somewhere. When you say there is a zero budget, when you say zero budget, you are spending nothing at all.
Yes.
But at least you do transportation. Even the equipment you are using, for example.
You know that phone? That's why I say
I'm driving. The people you are bringing, you are going to give them transportation. You are going to do this, you are going to do that. So, sir, how do we really manage all this? So, I think this is one of the reasons almost everybody now wants to become producer and produce for YouTube.
Sorry, sir. Can I help you? Please, let me, because this one really is not about contract. This one is actually, how can I start? Sir, were you in this class?
Yes, I was.
I was. I think maybe then you didn't pay so much attention. Everybody who is a young filmmaker starts from short film. Most people, anyway, let me tell everybody, most people, that your short film we don't do a good short film. There are festivals that you can send it for free. And you also make out time to go for those festivals. All of us will start here. I have done a project of 150 million naira way back 2011. I started with a small budget. I can't call it no budget, but there are still some no budget films. You get your phone, shoot it. Don't go to do any technicality. Just have a way of wanting to express yourself with your camera. There are festivals for film for camera phones. I'm going to share the festival link for you guys so I can submit. Just dump them there. You'll be amazed. Nobody will give you a film because you get certificate. They will only give you a film to make because they've seen what you've done before. That you mentioned Dangote and Kunle. Dangote is looking at return on investment. Dangote does not trust you. He don't trust you, and you won't blame him. All of us, they used to think the way they think. But as they mature, they go. Time goes where you go know, say, you need to sit down, do a good business plan, and go out there. They want to hear numbers. They don't want to hear, say, I use compoundable. They want to hear, say, you use this, you use. I did a movie, he was in that movie. I brought in somebody all the way from Cameroon because I needed somebody to speak French the way it be, not to bring Holy Steve to come and speak French in the movie. No matter how we teach them, no go dey fluent. But na capacity, na time. You get on for no fit do that kind of thing. Do you understand? So that is why you're coming here now today. This man, this elder, what I paid him for my project is not what he collects outside. But for the fact that I tell brother, I better go, na he go come down for me. I got on this mindset. He go leave set for me. I go turn director for him for the period of time where I go there. Those are the things you need. And
so with all due respect, I think that's the essence of this plan. Let me say this and give you a firm advice. Number one, grow. What did I say? Grow. Growth is in a process. When you grow, you humble yourself and you build yourself. Number two, what you call money? Cash is the lowest form of money.
Okay.
Write that one down.
Did you hear me?
Yes, sure.
See, your competence is money.
Yes, sir.
Your contact is money.
Yes, your contact is money.
Your character is money.
Yes.
When I did a movie for you, how much did you pay me?
Don't mention it, okay.
No, see, no, wait. See, because I need to just say that.
Yeah.
Mention it. How much did you pay me?
Excuse me.
See, no, listen.
It's for lesson.
I need you to learn that. How much did you pay me?
I told him I can only fill your vehicle.
How much?
And he was using the Mercedes. He was using the Mercedes.
Is that his fee?
That big
The
Mercedes.
answer is no.
That one said, excuse me, that one said it's not it. Somebody had given me 50,000 naira. He came to me, talked to me, but I loved him for one because he has a sterling character. You see, building yourself is key. When you build yourself, you attract virtues, you attract people. But the problem you guys have is that you want to run when you not finish crawling. When you jump up, you come down. When you grow up, you stay up. Am I making sense?
So much sense.
Because you want to run. You mentioned these people, you know. Tola cannot call me today that he wants to do a job. I come to tell I say, guy, how far? Wait till they say no, boy, that makes sense now. Because of our relationship over the years, because we are in a guild where we share common destiny. This man will tell you, when I knew him, he was continuity and writer, not even director. But let me tell you something. The man who brought him, he knows more than the guy, but the guy had one thing, Ike or Dife, telling you good stories and having worked with these guys, had a whole lot that the marketers believe so much in him. So what happened? All the guys who are around me, what is them? Man alone. Chidi Chijoke. Those are people who came from Ike or Dife, which means Ike or Dife was more like a mentorship platform. Who is your mentor? It's not because he's here. If he has a mentorship academy, I will go there because there's something he has that I need to learn.
That's it.
Who is your mentor? Are you ready to go down and crawl and wake up in the morning and wash your mentor's car? You're building confidence and love.
For what?
You get the point? So, like I told you, cash is the lowest form of money. Him, when he wrote all those things, he partnered with Rogers of Fame and Charles of Play. That's trust. Get the point? Not just trust. It means there's something in him. Listen to me. Take it or leave it. You may not know it. There's something in him that they do not have.
Of course.
But they can leverage on his competence by partnership and collaboration. And at the end of the day, the truth about it is that we must leverage on our strengths in the industry. He said something while his X, Y, and Z go. People don't have trust. Trust itself is money. I can trust you when you come. I remember we did a job those days with Izoju. Like if I didn't come out, it was equity. Equity was my own contribution. I was the AD and first assistant director per se. I was playing a lead role, and he told me that is your equity. How much is it? X, Y, and Z. That is how much I invested in that project. Did I give the money? No. But my competence is what was being monetized. But before your competence is monetized, how good is it and how strong is the point?
Thank you.
So
the point.
I'll follow it just to add. When we say zero budget, there is what it means. Chief Francis talked about equity, I'll give you a very short story since we're running out of time. For example, I want to do a production and it's 20 million. And all I'm spending in the production is 1 million. Isn't that zero budget?
Sir, that's what, sir, excuse me, sir.
Isn't that zero budget?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Here's the secret. That's what AY does. That's what AY does.
You didn't with Virgin Money, Transco.
Not even for the AY show. He brings it the next year. Would they bring money? Investors put money at the end of the day. He looks at his equity. It could be 45%. Not his money. No, that is his own services equal to 45% of the total budget. So if you finish it, sorry, so don't mind me. Then when the money comes in, he takes that 45% without putting 5
So just to buttress on that point, I mentioned that when we were to do Kaka was very expensive. It was over $125,000. So when we asked, I approached Rogers and I said to him, I want you to be an EP. And since you have equipment, you will be a non-financial EP.
Okay.
You send me equipment. And he said I should come to the set of Wura. I left Kano, I went to the set of Wura and selected everything that I needed. So punch the calculator and say you have red. You have red 3 for 21 days. You have all the light gears. You have 10 crew members from Wura. Please monetize it.
Okay.
Monetize it. It will shock you. Track. There was none. We're a complete equipment truck. Complete. Foiling of the truck, Lagos to Kano alone, just leave it. Let's not come there. That's one. How did I become an associate producer with Charles of Play and Rogers? They went to Kano and they said there was somebody contributing discussion in FIlmmaking, which is a WhatsApp platform. And Rogers reached out to me and we had a meeting. And he said, I will consult for them since I'm based in the north and this is what they will do. By the time we finished the meeting, he said, no, you'll be an associate producer. Value. I said, be an associate producer. And I ended up as associate producer of a film that is so big, which was what made them want to do something with me, that they sent the equipment truck for me. Because everything they needed to get, I'm the king of Kano. I say with all humility. If you enter Kano and ask Aboki of Wazobia FM, if you ask 10 people and 6 don't know me, I'll pack out of Kano. And I went, everything that we should use money, I leverage relationship. I'll give you an example. We were moving 700 to 800 people daily into airport tarmac. What can happen in Lagos? Even if they are paying 3,000 per day for 28 days, my brother, we are casualty. But no, they said group it and give us so amount for the period of shoot. We grounded Max Air, Boeing 747, not 737. We grounded it and shot for 28 days. 28 days, calculate the money. I'm not talking about aviation fuel. So by the time we finish, my value has gone from here to here. So anything I request, they will give me. To me, I'll calculate that in money, but it is zero budget. Zero budget because I know where to use money. I know where to use relationship. You think now, when I had Aquila, I shouted. I know his body of work, but I've never met him. I'm meeting Francis for the first time. And so you think I will now do a job and I will not look for them? There's what they have that your generation doesn't have. They don't even have patience.
That is it.
They don't have patience. They just want to fly and disappear and go somewhere. No. That's why I'm looking at all these new filmmakers who are looking down on the old Nollywood. Without that structure, there can't be an industry. That structure was built on sweat and blood. Our own is just to come and sit there and enjoy the selfie online. My brother,
your governorship is approved.
All right, so
I think my point is
made.
Yes.
For whether an actor can be a director, yes, it is possible. I will give you 2 examples. Braveheart, who was the lead? Mel Gibson. Who directed it? The Moon, who was the lead? Clint Eastwood. Who directed it? It is that when you have a proper production structure, you can be anything. Because when you are something, there is a competent person that will do the other thing. And then when we come back to Nollywood, that's when you even know that it is not the director that says action and cut. It is the AD. They don't know. But our own is that in Asaba. Oh, sorry. we feel the person that says action or cut is the director. No. The director comes. They have discussed everything. They have finished planning with the DP. They have finished planning with everybody. He comes, check his set, look for his chair, sit down. The people doing the action with cigar. I rest my case.
So sorry. See, another thing is this: you may not do film for Dangote now. Look for a block industry owner. No, seriously. That's what I'm going. Make a film for that block industry owner within your community, within that small entity. Then make that film and give to him first. Do a film for such a person first. Then gradually you can go to Dangote.
Only the contemporary. What is it?
There's this angle of contract in film in entertainment that we're not talking about. Leads, okay?
Can we keep it for next class? Thank you very much. Let's move on next class, please. Next time, we will not do this. I beg, please put everything together for barrister. Here, with the conversations we are having, we all know that it's very pertinent for us to have this kind of engagements periodically. So we are actually winding down. I want to call someone from the insurance company. She's going to come just only 5 minutes to talk to us about insurance and entertainment. Just scratch them. Our next class will give you 2 hours pay alone. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Mrs. or Mrs. Not for your people.
You guys never pay that with
So insurance and entertainment, just this 5 minutes.
I did not say so.
Your time must start to.
Now. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, directors. Good evening. I don't know how to address the house. I actually came in to talk about something I have passion for, and I've also learned something during this session. Let me go to the message they sent me to I'm not going to take time. A lot of us don't like to talk about insurance, but life is all about risk. I'm not going to do a lecture. We're just going to have a discussion together. I don't know, can anybody just hint us what is insurance? What do you think insurance is? My name is Tintayo. My name is Tintayo. Tintayo. Does anybody understand what insurance is? Let's start from there, so we'll be able to interface with. A lot of people have this impression that insurance people are scammers. So I want to help us understand. I'm not with them, I'm with 2 people. I'm not with them, I'm with you people. Forget about the fact that I'm talking about insurance and entertainment. Nobody wants to talk insurance. This matter is hard. My guys, you should come and help me so that the session will be interactive. Okay, so let me just run through the dictionary definition of what insurance is. Insurance is actually a contract. Insurance is, let me do a dictionary meaning. Insurance is a financial arrangement where an individual or a company or an organization pays premium. Premium is the money you give the insurance people. I'm not with them, I'm with 2 people. For the money you give to an insurance company in exchange for protection. Insurance is protection. Everybody needs insurance. Everybody needs insurance. You could be stepping out of this place, you hit your leg somewhere, you start to look for audience 2K. Why?
Most Nigerians can't afford it.
Most people can't afford what insurance?
Most Nigerians can't afford it.
Why did you say so? Where did you get that from?
Because it's the truth.
Show us, please. Where did you get that from?
Where did I get that from?
Yes.
Okay, now cost of living, people can hardly feed, but you want them to take out money to get insurance.
So when the person gets sick, when you go to the pharmacy.
That's what we're
No,
saying.
just hold on. No.
Wait, ask the question, can I answer it?
Yeah, I know we are discussing here.
Okay, fine. So you're not interrogating me.
No, we're
Okay,
just
so fine,
discussing.
now you know there's hardship, right? People can hardly survive. Inflation is everywhere, cost of living. It's difficult for any insurance person to sell insurance policy to people that can hardly even feed their family. So when you say everybody, I think that should be based in the situation where an economy is stable. It's ideal for insurance. Most insurance people don't make sales. They don't. It's impossible for you to say you're an insurance a salesperson and you go out and hunt for insurance and you say I got 100 people today. The environment is not conducive for it.
Before you answer that, I think that's not actually true because they don't understand the value. If you understand the value of insurance, you might be willing to pay for insurance.
It's different in understanding the value of something and being able to afford that value.
Wait, you buy a recharge card, you buy data, right?
Yes.
But you can afford it because you understand the value. When you understand the value, you insurance things.
Sorry, Jama, please, I beg to differ. I would say that is what it is, but that is not what it should be. For instance, 90% of Nigerians will not go to a medical facility and check themselves until they are carried there. And by the time they are carried there, the money to treat them will come out somehow. So why don't we begin to encourage our people to understand the importance of insurance?
They are not buying the value.
Yes, everybody should, but we know everybody would.
There's something you said. There's something you said, and there's something you said. There's the point you made, and the point.
Okay, one house, please.
One house.
Okay, one house.
Yeah, they collect money for insurance on everybody.
Sorry, excuse me. There's something Akila just said, and there's something he also said. I know where Akila is coming from, and you see the basis of a thing, the foundation on which a thing stands is economic hardship is intense, right? Then the aspect of culture, the culture of insurance has not really been. The only place you hear insurance is your car, and you insure your car because there's a coercion, because if you do it, you cannot drive. Now it leaves a lacuna, a big vacuum, which you, the people in insurance, have not been able to fill over the years through quality information and education communication to create the culture of insurance. And you see, that is why you're struggling to tell somebody. You tell a man who is still struggling to feed his family about insurance. Let's be realistic.
Okay, but sorry, I think let's help out. No, we are helped here. We are here because we are filmmakers. Let us narrow down insurance from filmmaking. Do we need it as filmmakers?
Yes. We need it as individuals first.
So
we need it as
individuals first. Can I tell you the truth? You see, even what AGM is trying to do or already doing, is being made to some sort of, are you sure or are you not sure? Does it really work? So the point I'm making is that, whether you like it or you have a long call, a very tall responsibility to make Nigerians understand the value of insurance. Now, it is not a 100 meters dash. It is a long journey, and your expertise and competence is for you to look for a way to make it easier for people, because we all need it. Everybody needs it. The future must be protected. Yes. But the how about it, based on the reality on ground, people are suffering.
The manner of the business too.
No, so I don't want to go to. I want to stay within the frame. Know what Imai is saying about where we are, because for us in the industry,
we don't earn salaries.
We don't earn salaries, but you see, there must be a way. Let me tell you, part of the problem is you don't use the ecosystem of drawing, of making, what do you call it, contractual agreement for the oil industry, and you use it in the creative industry. There are two different, perspectives. The same thing, your insurance policy, as it relates to clients that are very, very developed, should not be the same thing here. You must tweak something that is very, very realistic to what. So that's the point. That's the golden take here. Build it according to what we have.
The reality of ground.
Let me say the insurance thing. I've been hearing insurance. I didn't really know what is insurance in Nigeria. Like travel, you hear insurance on cars and when I went to school now, I went to school, they gave me a card of insurance on health. And the card, another one, booking flight, an international student. They cut down this thing. Insurance say anytime you want to come, come and take this paper, they will cut it for you. That is insurance. With that card they gave me, anywhere in that country, even go to pharmacy and they will collect the drugs, they will treat me time of die. But in Nigeria now, they are saying insurance. So if you come to me and talk about insurance, I will see you as someone that will just wasting your time, is not working. If you understand. But that place, I see how they made it easy for me. They gave me a card, go to this place, and I see it once. If I didn't like them, you will see. You can work in any business. Okay, if for instance now you are an insurance person and you told me about health and life insurance, can I work? How many hospitals can I work with the one next?
Okay, so sorry, let me just answer it on straight up quick as they hot. So there are things, there's something called health insurance policy. There are HMO or health insurance policies that you could take that as an individual you can even pay as little as 3,500 a month. Money for data, money for NEC.
NEC.
Sorry, anything.
Okay.
I'm saying chop fish. Wait now, so it's information. So you see, I am not defending insurance people. I still attack them every week that they are not doing enough for the entertainment space. So I don't stand with them. On this place, I stand with you people. We are together. Leave them on their own. Give them their medicines mostly. So the thing for me, I feel insurance should do more of talking. But mainly when they talk, you have that responsibility to protect yourself. Don't let it happen and you not carry food and start to tell someone, hey, it happened like this. No, that is where I am standing. And as filmmakers, I understand the fact that the money doesn't happen every day. But if you make it a part and parcel of your budget every month, you can attend to certain insurance policies. People think insurance is expensive, but I can tell you that with as little as 3,500 a month, you can access any hospital in all the states.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
That's true.
That's true. That's just malaria.
I mean, no, that's true.
No.
It's not just malaria.
It's not just
Please, can I help out? Please. Good evening, everybody. I'm under an insurance, health insurance. And when I gave birth to my first son, I didn't have insurance. I used that claim and I paid 700,000 CS. For somebody that told me about the insurance, which I did, and I gave birth to my second daughter through CS, and I stayed.
I'm sure you paid like
150. No, I paid with my husband. We paid like 7,000. And we stayed in hospital for 5 days, everything.
No, it's true.
7,000.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. Health insurance. A lot of these things don't know.
The problem now more than what Chief Francis is saying. There's a lot of work they need to do.
Yes.
To fill in the gap.
They don't even want. I used to. So 2 weeks ago, I made a publication when we lost Junior, and I told the insurance sector that I feel they are sleeping.
They have.
They are actually.
Yes. When there's a trust issue between them.
I think it boils down to what
information
said.
So maybe when they give us
the working
information.
system that we have. I have insurance. I go to a government hospital because they don't want to give me the medicine. So they will give me Panadol, fly. Just so that. That's
Sorry.
That's what I'm saying.
I
So
think-
it boils down to what you say. So what if I cannot afford it?
Sorry, I think the biggest issue with insurance in Nigeria is misconception. And we are doing it right now.
Yes.
We didn't even allow her to tell us.
No, we already have. I don't want to have
a mindset.
She said we should discuss.
She was the one who. I need to get their opinion and take it back to insurance. She wants to pick the thing she did.
So I think we've gotten some information.
Now your 5 minutes is gone.
We can have this discussion. Play. Okay, so the important thing here is you owe yourself that responsibility of getting certain policies in place. I tell ladies, as you don't have a life policy, you have no business carrying hair of 500,000.
Yes, now.
What are you carrying? Why are you carrying iPhone?
An Indian girl.
Why are you carrying? Even to the men now, what are you doing with an iPhone? You don't have a life policy. And you have dependents who depend on you. You have family members who you love. If anything happens to you, what happens to them? So it's not about you here. It's about the people you think you love. It's about your parents. If you're married, it's about your kids. And it's about your side chick. Also about your business. Or whatever your empire. What happens to your dream? If anything happens to you. So for the legendaries in the industry who have made money over the years, imagine
Go on. Please continue. Go by your mouth.
like the insurance where we want dash DDN today, you don't go reach yourself.
Well, I think you guys are funny because I had an experience recently. My channel went down for 2 years. Getting back now. The people who are my lifesaver right now is one of the insurance companies.
Which insurance company? Call them.
Don't worry.
Not they cover them. Maybe we praise those when they do well. Maybe shame those when they do
because
well.
they told me that I needed some funds to settle something, pay for the airspace and my feedback and everything. And they gave me a target of paying something. My sister, last 2 weeks I was under pressure to pay that money. I have to call one of them. I said, guy, you guys should just give me some minutes for me to pay this cash. The guy said, I'll pay for you so far you will refund me back onto so that's how it happened. So I think there's an improvement in one of the insurance companies.
No, they are beginning to see the gold mine of the creative industry. Okay, so the thing is some of us, so for me, when I go for programs with creative,
you can
when I go for programs with creative, I give some creative insurance policy. Because unless you experience something, you will not understand it. If you never wear wig of 500,000, 700,000, when you snap phone, you go see certain price. Like if you never buy iPhone, use and do video and all of that, you won't really understand what the person is talking about. So the truth is that the insurance sector has work to do, the work of educating the creative sector. But pending when they do that,
we have been enjoying some.
Yes, so I have this testimony. Somebody came to convince me to do insurance for my car and some of the things in my hotel. I did the car and didn't do the one for the hotel.
Oh, yeah.
And one day they just told me that 9 rooms, everything electronics exploded from TV to room heaters and all this one. That was when I realized.
And I know. No art.
Did you sell the car to replace the car?
If it was the car that was bad, they would have bought the car, but
so I just at that point I wish I insured those equipment. Yes, I would have gotten my TV and my ACs and everything back.
So I think
and right now we should be every equipment to your legs should be insured.
Yes. Every equipment.
So we have most of our budget.
So I think I want to run down I want to just highlight some policies that we should take into consideration. Don't wait till you blow. Don't wait till you have all of the money. You could take short-term policies. Don't wait till you have all the money to take 1 year policy. You could discuss with a registered insurance broker to take short-term policies. Okay, this one, let me pay for the first 3 months. Even your health insurance, you can take policies for 3 months. Your phone, your laptop.
My question is that if you insure your car, is it specific maybe for accident? Or if it's stolen car, or you understand?
It depends on the insurance.
There are various types of auto
insurance.
insurance. Third party comprehensive. Third party fire and theft. Choose the one. Choose
You
your
have to
battle.
choose.
Choose your battle.
You don't just the one that covers everything.
So,
throw more light. Which one is the comprehensive?
yes. Consider
for what we are doing, let us, the low-hanging fruit we must plug now. The insurance that connects to health.
Yes.
Because we are coming from locations, what happened to junior poor?
Life insurance.
Life insurance, that's the most important thing now if you are doing.
And these things are not expensive.
They gadget that. Not the who they alive the first one.
Of course.
And who they are like go carry camera.
You get the point. So let's deal with that because
so nobody prays for any mishap.
Yeah.
Now you are fit, your 2 legs, your 2 hands, you can do everything. My close friend has always been playing with insurance. I think it met her. And anytime I talk about it, she's like, nothing happened. 4 days before her birthday, she had an accident and she couldn't move. And she's been bedridden since then. She didn't have insurance. When they said we should go to the hospital, so it's not very expensive. I know people contribute to hospital money. I do not pay insurance. And she's been home for like 1 month now. Who pays her bills? She could have taken help. She could have taken various policies. Their protection policies. There are policies that even as a creative, you say like, as I'm working like this, if anything should happen to my hand, please let them just give me 5 million. Let them give me 1 million. There are policies like that. You don't wait till it happens.
Beyonce's butt.
Yes.
That's okay. Look at my head now.
Yes.
We're saying these things. We are joking, but I thank you for actually getting to this line. Use somebody's experience and learn a lesson from it. It's as I am here now. You see, this side now is almost gone. I refuse to work out.
Yes, for sure.
Now, there was a time it hits me and I feel the pain on this shoulder. You know, as boy will do you one place. All those things the doctor was talking about, steroids, I've been on them. It's gone. Get the point? Now, why can't I sue?
The makeup artist.
Not even the makeup production. The production
itself.
itself. It's a personal thing. Because the person who is involved, if I were to follow the person, I would have sued that particular day. But because of the source, where it's coming from, and their policy on insurance, so it's like oil touches this finger, it stretches on this particular side. That's why, but again, it has taught me a lesson. That before you put anything on my face, there should be that's indemnity. That this thing you put on my face, if
anything happens to me, you pay for it.
You get the point. It doesn't like say one would mean I collect my voice. and I talk to
for a minute.
Okay.
So there's something called talent insurance. There's something called talent insurance for creatives. You're putting a price on yourself. It's your talent. Because if the talent is not there, what will the fans do? The fans will leave you and go and look for FC.
Yes. Another celebrity.
Leave this. I'm on the video end. I'm not on the
So you talked about talent. You talked about you just mentioned one protection.
Yeah.
Just mention them all.
Okay, so
sorry.
So let me do something. Sorry. Or I'll share. Scam.
Yeah. Can I propose? Let's have another class next month. The road they rush and we know
what we can do.
We have
what she's saying now.
Let her just list it. Let her just round up.
Hurry. Why you hurry past you, madam?
She don't change.
They say, a stitch in time saves 6.
How many moments should we give that?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Roll these things up.
Okay, so let me roll it. There's something called talent insurance. For as creatives, you all have talent, and nothing must touch it. Because if the talent is not there, you don't have a what's in the market. I will engage you because of that talent. I'm engaging a gaffer because of what he does. If you don't get the skill of a gaffer, go and go somewhere else. Now on set, as a filmmaker, there's something called production insurance. While packaging for your film, your short film, you should have the production insurance in place. Let me just do brief. It covers filmmaking equipment, sets,
You get price.
Yes. So the way these prices are, you put a sum to it. Okay, so you're going on set, and probably for production, you're putting the cost of like 50 million, 100 million. They're small. Happy you just pay 0.25, 0.35.
Of the total.
I'm telling you, it's as tiny as that. Error and omission insurance, it's against legal claims and co. So like the issue of Adam Manuka, imagine if she had this in place, other one that Nigerians have been dragging her here and there. The insurance company would have said, hey, if anything happens to her, they would have sent their legal team to protect her. She didn't have that in place.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. Weather insurance. Yes, equipment insurance, all of these things. So, like I tell the insurance company, they've not spent time with the entertainment.
Maybe they think we are jokers.
No. They don't understand.
They don't understand the issue.
They don't understand. So I can talk this way because I understand the sector. There are times I'm on set with people because I need to understand what happens on set. Are they playing? Or is it that we just go to Netflix and watch something? Nobody understands that a lot of things happen behind stage. What if, so like I said when the doctor was taking us through it, for every production set, I'm of the opinion that as a director or as a producer, tie up your collaborations with HMOs. For your key staff, have health medical insurance in place for them. So when you're going on set, you ask for their medical team to be with you. Nobody will remember to do pre-press checks.
Especially those short terms for production.
They are short term. So one of the things I've proposed to the insurance sector is bespoke policies for entertainment. And I'm sure in the next 3 to 1 month, when you have the 60 people working with you know that you have all of this. Your key man insurance, your key guys, the person who is handling the camera. If something happens, what happens? And this one is, okay, you borrowed someone's camera to move. You've collected the cameras in light and on the way there's an accident. Who wants it? Push all those problems to insurance people and get something else. Push it to insurance people. Push it to them. They can carry it. For every time you have little money, these insurance policies are not expensive. As little as 5,000 naira. I was telling someone that imagine if Junior Pope was paying like 20,000, 30,000 naira for an educational policy for his kids and said to them, if anything happens to me, let my kids have 50 million. It would have happened. Yes, it would have happened. I suppose that every creative person should have a personal accident insurance. It's as cheap as 5,000, 3,000. Let it not be that the day something happens, you now start to call, hey, I had an accident to my account details. It is not necessary. It's not necessary. Save your contact for when you are shooting. I will need their support, and you tell the person I'm on a set, please support me financially. The person will be happy to transfer and support your project to 50K. And instead of excessive 2K today, the generator, no, it's not necessary. Push your body to the insurance company. So what I could do is I'll like some of the major insurance products that will suit this group, and we take it off from there. Personal accident insurance is easy. Well, so what the lawyer talked about, coming together as a group, DGN can come together as a group and say, okay, in short, the HMO will not take me alone for health insurance. So why don't we put everybody under that scheme and you pay 3,500 for 3 months each? That's about 11,000 naira. And anytime you're sick, you carry yourself and go to the hospital. Not under hospital. can go to king size, you can go, nobody will ask you for extra money. Not when you are sick, you are not. In fact, you can talk to a doctor on your phone.
I understand Rock has an insurance.
Yes, they paid for it 2 years ago. I don't know whether they still have it in
In fact,
place
they
for
just told me that somebody else told me that they have some veterans now. So whenever it happens, just go to any hospital of your choice.
But you need to understand the fact that they don't cover for every health aspect.
Who told you?
Certain things.
Let me shock you. Okay, so let me shock you. Let me shock you.
Because if on that rock and what
let me shock. Let me use my own personal experience. You know how you men used to break our hearts. So
why don't you come that? Why don't you
You know how men used to break men's hearts. And sometimes I was unnecessarily sick. I was always having migraine, always having one thing or the other. I decided to go to the hospital. They said, blood pressure is this, that. Okay, now, take the test. When they lined up all the tests, I said, Father, my village people will not see me. God, they took blood, they did this, they did a lot of scans. They said ECG, chest X-ray, head X-ray, MRI. My brother, the only one I was doing was just to carry both and go to the hospital. Once I get there, they told me that I was not paying a dime. At that period, the other that broke my heart were not in good terms, and pride would not allow me beg for new money for him. So I was just doing the HMO thing, when the HMO thing, snap pictures and keep it for him. He didn't even know that I had health insurance. By the time we reconciled, I just snapped pictures.
Well, you guys came out together.
Yes, ma'am. The insurance facilitated it.
No. So that is it. So I think as a group, I'll still discuss. I'll put up something as a group. We could decide. Anybody who is interested, you don't need to have all the money. 3, 5 a month. Minimum like 30
Go through the 5 or 6. Is there talent
insurance, production insurance. There are other. So it differs. What he wants might not be what you want. So we could always get to consult. We could just
Health insurance is
so you see, when it comes to claim, let me help you answer your question. So instead of you don't need to deal with insurance company directly. Stop dealing with them directly. You deal with the registered insurance. Do you understand their language?
No, you are.
Do you know what?
She's a broker. Are you a broker?
I function in the 2 categories. I can function as not a broker, agent, or broker.
But people need information. We are just telling the sweet parts. What about the other part? So they should understand it.
Wait there, so don't worry. I will introduce a consortium of like 3, 4, 5 brokers so that we can deal with them. We can ask them questions. We will make them package what will suit DGN. And before they
listen to me. You see, I want to beg. I want to beg. I've seen just like when this thing happened, this junior pro business. The tenders I sold is so very, very out of place. I see AGN and ARM are quarreling.
And they refuse to be under the configuration of the review. Okay, so you see, I've been relating with all of those.
No,
this is not AGN and ARM.
Is it?
No, I'm telling you.
No. AGN pulled out of.
No.
I'm talking about
These are interview and there's Queen on the right.
People are living. No, wait, just wait.
So the thing is that
let me make the point I'm trying to make. You see, production is a collaborative enterprise.
How do you think we should go about it? Should we go to AGN?
No, listen. AGN is doing their own. And by God's grace, I'm in the buy committee, the law, So they were talking about rights and all the royalties. And quickly I sent to them what AVRs have been doing. I mean, it's based on small coins from AVRs. I'm not doing anything. Now, my take is that if they are doing this thing without me knowing what they are doing, but some money is coming to me, it means there's something good about it.
Something working.
Right? Now, I've sent it to them. When I said it was one problem, I didn't until they found out. I said, call the man, Mahmoud Ali Bayo. He's not a kid in the industry. if you want to go this way, look for people who have been doing that.
Yes, yes, yes. And it has worked.
It has worked, right, for him. AGN has done their HMO, which is in place now. Me, I'll soon plug it.
They do it all day because
I don't know, but I'll find out.
okay, so I was there. I always attend them.
Okay, but so you are aware of
Yes,
that.
I thought I said
Now, if this one now for DGN you're doing it and it goes well, all you need to do, replicate, multiply the numbers to other guilds. When other guilds see what is working with AGN and DGN, you don't need to explain anything to them. They just key in, So for me, the thing is that DGN does this well and is doing that. Even DGN and Abuja, what happens? All the DGNs, they blend, right? So they multiply effect, but let us always see that where you're starting from is just part of the industry. What you're going to is the entire industry.
Okay. I'll take that into consideration. I'm sure before the end of next week, I will enumerate some of the key policies for the directors because the risk the director goes through is not the same thing that the AMP person goes through, and it's not the same thing that the agent. And I have taken time to highlight all of those key roles and stuff. So for me, I don't have an issue. So I'll just work with some brokers to understand what we want to do, and we have one straight document so that we're on the same page. And if any other person decides to do anything, it's open, and we know that we can. You don't need to pay brokers. You don't. I tell people the services the financial broker renders to you is free. So why won't we plug in?
Yes. So how do you?
Or you get paid through them.
How do we get? Insurance company pays the broker commission.
So if I want to go on set, for example, I can take a policy for the
Yes, there are short-term policies. That we have insisted. We have insisted we have short-term policies. All you need to do is put the name of all of your key people, what you have on set, and we're good to go. If it's a 30-day set, if it's a 1-week set, you don't need to take a 1-year set.
So if I do that, I don't have to look for an external medical team, or
so what I can do, what I can help you do is I could link you up to some HMOs. Everybody doesn't need to take it. You could just take for your key staffs. And when you are going on set, we invite them to be part of that production. On that list where you have editor, this, cut, you put it there. That is advertisement you've done for them, and you got the services free. That's collaboration. It's a better way for us to work.
All right, I'm so sorry I had to switch her like this. It's not intentional, right? We are going to have another class where we can have more time to ask all the questions we want to ask. We are coming to the end of the training, but it would be nice if one of our legendary filmmakers who specifically flew in all the way from Lagos for this training, specifically for this training, Prosperity will not forgive me if I don't allow him to say. He actually prepared a long note, but he's going to summarize it as best as he can. And after that, the secretary will come and give a vote of thanks. Just vote of thanks. No more talking. Please, I started hearing of this man when I was still in secondary school, and now we are colleagues. Put your hands together for legendary filmmaker FIlmmaking. So, Apila, yours is going to be more like a question I'm going to ask you, which you're going to help. Filmmaking then, filmmaking now, as a director, what has changed? Just in 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
When I came here, was it morning? Good afternoon. Good evening. This man will not make me prepare something and just come and take it all of a sudden. My name is Apila Njama. I'm proud to say I'm one of the founding fathers of our guild.
Yes, sir.
And it's really a great honor and privilege to see that we still have people aspiring to be where we have been and where we still are. But quickly, before I'm going to be very short because of time. I just want to answer one or two questions that I also have asked before. We talked about the guild. I think it was the lawyer that said something about guild members. That he went on the set and he saw that the director was not a member of the guild. I have always been of the opinion that we must not necessarily fight people that are not members of our guild. All over the world, we have what they call freelancers. If you want to be a freelance director, that's your problem. But when we, as a guild, give reasons why people should be members, like what this lady is talking about right now, the insurance things and everything, where it's well packaged, it drives you in. You want to be part of it. Because if anything happens to you outside the guild, you're on your own.
Yes.
Okay, so let's have that mindset that it's not necessary to, have people be a member of your guild. My brother and colleague Francis do mention something about, he was talking to that lad, this man precisely, that asked the 1,001 question about how he had helped people. It's good to help people in this industry. Abuki, nice to meet you finally, Your Royal Highness.
Thank you.
The last time we saw was during Charles Warren's Remembrance Day. When you were praised, ever since you became a king, you know. So yeah, somebody like Francis has actually helped a number of filmmakers, helped a great deal of people. He's very compassionate about the job and he's always looking to see how he can elevate people. Just if you're a nice person, of course. But there's one bad thing about helping people that I've realized in this industry. You go about meeting the likes of him when you're starting, or when there's no money. But when you get the big project, you don't remember what the likes of us have done to people like you when you are crawling.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm supposed to be talking about mastering and remastering of the arts of storytelling for emerging platforms. So I'm going to be very brief. Actually, I think I'm going to skip some things here. Now, you cannot learn the art of remastering if you have not mastered.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we'll just talk briefly about mastering, which of course is the basic thing we all know what is director should have. So I list your class.
Better ask for it when you're done.
Okay, let me start with immersive. Sorry, I didn't know the chairman called me. You guys just involved me on this really in Lagos. So I could not come with the system or neither could I share papers out. So I'm just going to read it quickly as written. Immersive storytelling. Most of us don't know that as directors, or as directors to be, there are some certain things we should find ourselves engaging in, doing. If I tell you that Steven Spielberg plays games, will you believe video games? If I tell you that most video games that you see are actually directed by directors, by filmmakers. If you've played games like Tomb Raider, Uncharted, they actually use real angles, professional angles to do it. Even when you are the one in charge of playing it, you can't go wrong with the angles. So professionals, that means as directors, you can be called upon someday to actually direct, a video game. We have virtual reality as VR, we have augmented reality as AR, we have mixed reality. Now these are all immersive storytelling. Now we have interactive storytelling, which of course I'm just talking about immersive for now. But I'm going to skip the podcast and the media or whatever, so let me just go straight to, in fact, AI. Back in the days, we used to have storyboards. I don't know, do you guys know what storyboard is? The advertising agencies and even filmmakers, you have guys drawing stuff on 2D and all that. But now, we are having CGIs as storyboards. Meaning that you can actually add your lighting. You can tell how you intend to light on a particular set and all that, which means that we are, when we say emerging platforms, mean that we are leaving the old and coming to the new. Back in the days, we used to call the green screen chroma key, I mean?
Yes.
Now they call it what? Green screen.
Green screen.
So we need to start developing our minds towards evolving. It will be so easy for me to, you see this platform here, this wall here right now. If I put a green screen behind here and I probably do some hieroglyphs here, I have changed the entire set. But we are still particularizing ourselves with, you must build this set. To build set these days, don't be small thing. It's a whole lot. Like you have to really build everything. Now we have big budget movies, we have small budget movies. How many of you know about these Ikorodu boys? What do you call them?
Yes.
Those Instagram. I tell you, those guys have taught filmmakers things that they didn't even know. When I mean filmmakers, I mean people that have been in the art for like over 20 years.
They've mastered improvisation.
Yeah. So don't underrate these new kids, because they are more in tune with this technology. And some of us are still stuck in the new masquerade era. So we need to, at every point in time, upgrade. I have a couple of movies I'm supposed to, what they call copy into a hard drive. Most of them, some of them are still on pneumatic and DV cam. Now I'm looking for someone that has a DV cam that I can actually transfer this thing. And I'm sure I can't get it in Abuja if it's not taken. So I have to go back to Lagos. So technology is one aspect. Now let me skip that because of time. Core storytelling principles. As filmmakers, how do you tell your story? What are the things that make your story different from the others? What are those key things? One I have here is compelling characters. Compelling. Back in the days, we used to sell our movies with what they call faces. There was a time Francis Duru was one of the hottest faces, or faces rather. That was a blockbuster movie. And at that time, after that movie, his life never became the same again.
Can't be ever. Not possible.
But the marketers then, we used to have them, they are now distributors, but then they used to call them marketers. These are people that will start printing movie jackets and posters even when the movie is still production, not even post-production. First day of shoot, they send the cameraman to come and take pictures. And you must open your mouth, that film was sweet. If the Dutch is not holding something, I'm warning somebody.
Yes. The one OGs attempted to direct OJ.
I was in I saw him, I was filming.
Liquid the lawn.
We were filming same time.
I want you to learn the lawn again.
But after that time, he told me personally that was the last time he was going to attempt directing. And by God's grace, he never directed. So, well-developed, reliable characters drive engagement and emotional investment.
Yes, sir.
I think we have gotten to the era where you don't need to look for a face to sell your movie. Get it done good at all.
Yeah.
The barrister was saying something about doing something new. He mentioned about Akin Akoko. Somebody used them. Somebody risked Francis Duru. Somebody, of course, she's a Kravite, so. But somebody risked him. Somebody took a time. I'm giving him a lead role for the first time.
It's just like what you said. Let me also tell you. I don't know what I said about preparation. My first film was my lead, not even Rattlesnake, The Missing Mask.
Yeah, Missing Mask.
I just finished from the university, my certificate in theater arts. Those of us, the industry had, engulfed us so much that we don't have any life again outside theater. So they came, the producer, a director, they came. Because somebody who happens to be, who was in a class ahead of us, when they say, look at what they're looking, they say, just come to me, but there's somebody. As I just came, the man saw me, gave me the script. The man said, I have seen, he came. When we got to the Rattlesnake audition, we were in pairs, later Makibu. to play Peter and Ahanga. So we came to University of Port Harcourt with a hunger. We were almost like
Julius Ago was
Julius Ago. So myself and Julius Ago paired. I played Ahanga, Julius played Peter. The moment we went for that audition, Amaki saw myself and Julius. Amaki saw closely, and I found Peter and found Ahanga. The point I'm making, like I pointed to, he said something, a damn good actor. You know, you start from the top, you may crash out.
Yep.
So that's the point he's making. So there's a beginning. It's a process, it's growth. Sorry, I had to because
it's okay, it's okay. Like I said, strong character. You know, gone are the days where you would say, I am doing this person a favor, or this person is my brother. No. So when the barrister was talking about, you are doing a movie, you don't even know where the movie is going to. It's after you finish the movie, now say, who will I sell this to? Who wants to buy it when your brother is a bloody damn terrible actor? You know, so compelling character is key, is vital. Don't be afraid, because most times, you know, the weight lies on the director. They'll ask the director, what do you, even the casting directors work with the director. I remember some years back, Tom Selleck was, then they used to do what they call screen test.
Yes, yes.
Before you film, you put your camera, you bring the actors, after casting audition, you know, then we used to cast, the lead characters, we call that casting. But for the other characters, that we call audition. So if you have like 3 strong characters, they come for a screen test. The director wants to know the feel of how this guy will look like on screen. Tom Selleck actually lost to what's this guy's name? Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones, directed by James Goldman and Steven Spielberg. Devoid of the fact that he was the hottest, Tom Selleck was the hottest actor that time, he still lost the screen test to Indiana Jones. So I would suggest that there's some people that you have, you look at them, they look good in real life. When you place them on camera, you see something else.
Yeah, true. It's very essential.
So screen test is good. Your makeup person, let's see what this person looks in the costume and all that. So you need to start thinking very creatively. Now, when we're talking about characters, personally, I wouldn't like to do a movie on people like Bobrisky. Personally, I don't know, but some people want to chase clouds. Some people they will think that okay, the story might sell, but that's not me selling what I would like to sell to the generation and my children. If you ask me if I want to do a movie on someone like Udumeji, I don't know if you guys know him, Indaboski.
Indaboski.
Perhaps, yes. I'll probably leave the movie as an open-ended movie. Yes. Because I can't tell if he's a man of God or he's a comedian. But if you ask me, I think he's more of a comedian. So compelling characters is key. These days we don't have directors that work on their artists.
Yes, sir.
It's sad. Because what they just do is that this guy is a face. Just bring him on set and put him, he's a professional, let him act. No, you must characterize those people. The reason why the Directors Guild is the biggest guild in the industry is because we are gods. When you create, you're a god.
Yes, sir.
We breathe life into a script. I don't know if you understand where I'm coming from. Yes, which is why they will call it an Aquila Njama film. I fought that for years with the marketers before I got it right. I would do a movie, this guy Uzi would just say, no, now Uzi. I say, it can never be your film. It can't.
It's your production.
It's your production. It is my film. Yeah. If it goes bad, I probably will not win Best Director. And if I don't win Best Director, there's a high level of chance that I'm not going to win Best Picture. So it goes wrong, the director is blamed. If chef cook food for you, who will take him? And the person who watch plate will blame. The person will cook the food. Yes. So you need to see yourself as that. You need to see yourself as, I'm not saying carry your shoulders. All I'm saying is that you need to learn to take responsibilities. And learn to take responsibility starts from you doing your job well.
Being responsible.
Being responsible. Take responsibility for everything that happens. Okay, so strong narrative structure. Most times we don't structure whatever script we get. I just said right now, I don't care if it's Peter Doche that's on my set. I don't care who you are. I will work on you. I'm going to say something that happened to a colleague of mine. For the sake of this being on camera, I'm not going to mention his name. There was a particular scene he was supposed to. It was a dream sequence. Itoche was supposed to be flogged by children rolling on the floor. And he said to my friend and my colleague, when he got on set, imagine you've been paid already, right? Because that time, money don't enter account first. Most time, money enter account before they read scripts. And he said, I can't do this. I can't be beaten by small children and a chief.
It's sacrilege.
What am I doing rolling on the floor? The concept of the entire story changed. He said he was going to be tied up, and the people that are going to flog him are going to be older than him. Now that is you mixing your profession, not just your profession and your tradition. The industry is a non-respecter of persons. Even if Barack Obama is in a movie right now, they will just put Barack Obama. You will not see President Barack Obama. You will not see Chief Peter Doche. You will not see nothing like that. The industry sees you the way you are. Because what you are doing, you're going incognito. What is your name? That's what the industry knows. Now, that concept was changed. Now, do you know what that did to the director? It changed your entire narrative. You couldn't achieve that thing of trying to bring a character down. Instead, you elevated a character and that changed the perception of the story. So, personally, I'd rather not work with some certain artists that I know are problematic. Instead, I give you back your script and I refund you. What I'm trying to say in essence is that your name is above all. Your name as a filmmaker, as a director, should not be in any way compromised. Because if anybody's going to take the fall, you're taking the fall. Okay, I'm going to skip this one, authenticity, and okay, I can't skip it. Authenticity and originality. Now, we tend to, it's not a bad thing to copy. It's not a bad thing to have a mentor. But when you overcopy, you understand? There must be a level of originality for your approach. Most directors have their signature. If you, Michael Bay, Michael Bay, his signature for action movies is the revolving camera. Who has watched Bad Boys? He did it in Bad Boys 1 and Bad Boys 2. And for Will Smith and Martin Lawrence. When he heard that the sister had been abducted, when they were both getting up from the ground, he did a 360 on them. He made sure that there will be, structures behind to let you know that that camera is actually revolving, it's going around. Now that is his signature. So you must have something, you must have one sort of aesthetics that you can bring, Red gave him a camera. They made a camera for him specially. Okay, so you need to be original in whatever you're doing. If you're the kind of director that says, okay, I don't want static shots. I want my shots to always be moving. But remember, there are some certain instances you cannot use those kind of shots all the time. You can't be doing drama and you're shooting like an action movie. No, they are two different things. But if we call it movie because it's always motion picture. But then learn to differentiate between what the drama is, what the thriller is, and what we have several of others of them. Embracing real-time storyline. Now, some of us don't know how to time our movies. Over the years, there's something that churns my stomach anytime I watch some of our people. First, I like to appreciate the fact that it's not easy. We came from nothing to be where we are. But which is why we need classes like this, so we can meet, together, come together, then we improve and enhance what we do. Now, you see someone going to see the wife in the hospital. Why do you need to start the shot from this guy picking his car keys, walking down the stairs, going to the parking lot, starting his car, driving from, if it's in Lagos, recording from Surulere to Aja. Then you come in, you go to meet the north, 10 minutes don't pass.
Yes, sir.
And you have told nothing.
The film need to long.
Yeah, it's the cheap.
This is why we're talking about timing. Now we're talking about timing. Now you've wasted 10 minutes saying everything about nothing.
Actually.
Because I, as a filmmaker, I can just get the call that my wife's in the hospital. Once I grab my car keys, it's assumed that I'm using the car.
You don't enter.
Then you cut to me entering the hospital. Where's my wife? So we need to stop filling in unnecessary blanks. You want your film to be 2 hours, and the content you actually have is just 30 minutes. Another lazy aspect, which of course was more like aesthetics back in the days, but over time I got to realize that Nigerian filmmakers, they do that because they are lazy. You're starting a movie and you're dropping credits on black.
Yeah. So much waste.
The opening credits.
You can drop your credits on your pictures. Start showing content. Now, let me tell you guys how a movie is being rated. Professionally, the first 5 minutes of your film, if you have not said anything meaningful, that movie is rated as what they call whack.
Yeah.
Which is why some filmmakers start the story either halfway in the beginning to let you know what actually happened. Then you see some few months later. Now, if you had read the original story, the original script, you would have found out that it was flat, which is why I said the director has the opportunity, the advantage to tweak a script. Okay? You can start it from the middle, you can go slightly close to the end, then you however you want it. Why? Because this script is actually flat. If I shoot it this way, I'm going to lose my first 5 minutes.
Sorry to cut you, sir. I think it will come to the management of the theme of the movie. If the director does not understand the theme of the movie, it might be so flat. You might give them a snippet of the theme. So if not,
the producer?
No, the audience.
Okay.
A snippet. That's why they need that 5 minutes very critical in the analysis. Whether we can go on. I don't know if you are.
No, that's what. See, if you, one of the biggest critics we have. I don't know if you guys have heard of Rotten Tomatoes.
Yes.
They're the #1 right now. If those people finish your movie, go home and cry. And if they rate your movie well, be sure that you are close to getting an Oscar.
Yes.
They are Rotten Tomatoes. You know they say they will stone you Rotten Tomato. That's the whole idea. Their reviews. So you have to make sure that the first 5, which is why, okay, first I've used 2 or 3 minutes to roll credit on black. My 5 minutes is gone. Now then I'm opening my picture. I have just 2 minutes to make sense. How is that possible? Something happens along the way, and the ambulance came, and I will go to that scene. I probably will not show who is on the floor, but I will hear gunshots and all that. So something really happened. I want to sit back and see what brought about this ambulance that I say, or I said that see RMDD for ground. Ambulance there outside. People they try saving life. How did he die? So I'm going to wait to see if he eventually died or not. So the opening of your movie is key. Timing is key. Don't waste time. Don't waste time telling people nothing. Now these are the kind of attributes we see when you see people in the cinema, in the theater. It means your movie is boring. When you see people sitting up and watching a movie, it means the movie is exciting. When you see people having a conversation while your movie is playing, you're not telling stories. So, quick cuts to real-time events. That's how your movie should be approached. And then every time say, okay, continuous playing. Okay, now on the final note, I'm going to say this. We need to be abreast with technology. technology. I mentioned it, earlier briefly. We need to be abreast with technology. Do not be afraid to learn about new things, new equipment from even younger people than you. These people spend more time on the system than people like us, somebody like Abuki, somebody like we get time for system like them. They are always on. Give them this phone. If I have a problem with my phone, I know who to give before you just take your phone. Instead, I'll be shy. I'll go and ask Google. Google, how far? Don't be shy to learn.
Yes, sir.
We need to get to the level where we can. You can cut down on cost with green screen. Yes. You can cut down on cost with green screen. Don't be afraid to attempt it. Being afraid is one thing that keeps us where we are.
Don't be afraid, but
I'm not saying you should experiment.
Be ready to spend some time.
Yeah, you need to. Yeah. Imam was saying something to somebody about a channel or something about one what's that? Like for short film.
Okay, yeah, film freeway.
Get a good phone. Most of these things on YouTube, I don't know if you guys are aware that they compress them before they put them there.
Yes.
So a movie that is 2 hours, that will probably take you like 12 gig. When you compress it, it becomes like 500 and something MB. And it still be clear, yeah, because it's compressed for your laptop and all that. So sometimes I advise you people, like I advise the actors, always work with your mirror. Take your phone. If you have a system as a director, take your phone and shoot some certain things. You need to always upgrade yourself. Watch makings, watch tutorials, upgrade yourself with the latest cameras, and because you can't just be a director and you think by DP knows everything about the lenses. No. You have to know, you have to be in the know. You have to say, give me 35 ml. You talk as a professional, give me this, give me that, this is what I want. So in other words, to conclude, I'm just saying, be abreast with time. Gone are the days when we let time slip by us. Right now, we need to, like the likes of us right now, maybe like say we also know, but they don't want us to teach us our lecturers now. Meanwhile, we're filmmakers.
Yeah, very important. Assuming a filmmaker director is paying you and Chief Francis. People don't know that you use your meter to read the skin.
So yeah,
skin tone. Because he's the artist, so you read their skin tone to know the kind of lens you so that this man will not be dark. People don't know that.
And you can actually light both people differently. There's a meter, you can actually light both people differently in one shot. Okay? We have very, very dark actors. What's her name? Peter Nyong'o. That girl smile for night, not only teeth and eyes. But they use the meter and they know how to get her, her skin tone and all that.
It's beautiful.
Well, then let's not put that burden actually on the directors right now, because you're supposed to have a lighting person that should know that. You understand? But as a director, you must be addressing everything your crew members do, whatever they do, because you are the one behind the monitor. Don't always say, because it's your picture. If you see something you do not like, okay, let me tell you this short story. Just briefly. If you take me back to a set I filmed 20 years ago, I will tell you where I placed my camera for my master shot, my vineyard shot, my close-up. I will tell you where the cameras were. That is why they respect us a great deal. So you have to always remember, you should be a continuity personnel in your head. Don't because there are times you will say an actor, you should be by the monitor and watching your monitor and watching the act. What they call there's this word, I don't want to use a negative word for these people that are these kids that are what they call them autism. Those are one of the smartest human beings I've ever seen in my entire life.
Very smart. Okay, Francis, let's get together.
Yes, no.
We were filming at their place in Salvation Road, Ikeja. Apparently, the parents don't let her out of the house. She's always there. I don't know if they're afraid of her, shy, but she's always there. She's schooling from home. We went to film there one day. No, this lady, she couldn't talk. She was stopping me from filming. I think my brother was on set, John was on set. She was trying to tell me that when I was taking the first shot, the coffee mug was here. Apparently, John took, after the first cut and brother, second John don't relocate the cup. Yes. But I was patient enough to listen to her. She took, she excused herself and went and I now said, I told my DP, I said, go back, rewind that, let me see what you said. The cup just moved like this. Now I make my continuity, I said, I won't fire my continuity. And I would have actually rolled. Yeah. So we need to pay attention to every detail. Because you know why? There are some shots when you have that kind of a blunder, you can never use them. Yeah. You can never use them. Back in the days when we used to cheat, we were going to shoot cut away of AC when no concern anything for you, just to cover this mess. Just shoot AC. So to join these two shots now, you put AC. As you show that AC, the thing don't vanish for me. No, we did it. I did it. We cheated. We were cheating them. But right now, there are critics that will know why you show that AC. Yeah, of course. They will know. Or you take your seat downstairs somewhere.
I don't understand that answer. Just take control of that in case.
Just in case. All right, gentlemen, that's my time. Thank you for listening.
All right, I'm really sorry. We just have to rush it. But these are actually elementary basic classes. We are going to be getting deeper, where we will sit down to analyze shots. Why did you take this kind of shot? Why did you take this kind of shot? As in that one, we no go rush. We watch a project and analyze that. From a very short time, we're going to be having that. So right now, we will be closing. And other information is going to come up on the WhatsApp platform. But for now, those of you who indicated you want to be directors, I'm going to open another group entirely for you guys. But the other main group is still going to remain. If after all these lectures now you decided to switch into directing, please, you can come for the sheet so that you can change it. And we are not just allowing you, if you're not doing directing, we're still going to help mentor you guys so that we can have other crew members in the filmmaking ecosystem in Abuja. Once more, put your hands together for yourselves. So we've come to the end of this program. I'm going to be inviting Mr. Ray Modi to come and do some presentations. Certificates, please come on. Come on, just drop your card. So please, if you hear your name, just quietly come out. Mr. Ben. Okay. This is hand. Please, if you hear your name, come out and come and collect certificate, please. See this. Shake. Call the person.
Iweka Priscilla.
Iweka Priscilla. Yeah. Oh, now you come with the first person.
We come last.
Victor Ekele Shaibu.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Come on again.
Victor Ekele Shaibu.
Yes,
That's not
Lillian Peter.
Wow, are you this store?
Come close, please.
That's now.
No.
Okay, come on, that's now.
Sorry. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's Mr. Ray. Ray is a member of Directors Guild of Nigeria. Please put your hands together for him. I have another person here. This one, Charlie Boy, Lady Raymond Opesi, and their contemporary. Please.
Barcode Destiny.
Is he here? We don't do.
ABC ní àti
The reflection is still just good. All right, thank you.
Good.
I don't need to snap. I go snap.
Yes, Uno Omolola Oluwakemi.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
I don't start this thing.
I don't understand. No, this one day. But see, just keep an wait. Madam Kemi. Okay.
Wait, I'm sure.
Then got the only princess. She came all the way from Benue State for this project.
You represent.
Yes,